Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen who are with us this morning. I wonder if before commencing our proceedings today, we might just observe a moment of silence in memory of our colleague, Councillor Ron Moser, who passed away yesterday after a lengthy illness. There is downstairs for the members of the public and for members of council as well a book of condolences that I've signed this morning, and I hope members of council, I'm sure, will as well, and also members of the public who wish to recognize decades of public service on the part of Ron Moser, who also was a decent public servant. I think you know I said to the media that he dealt with his job in a quiet, effective way and had his own style that he went about things, but he'll be very much missed as a colleague and as a councillor and as a friend. And I would hope that while there'll be other occasions to honor his memory and to record his record of achievement, that we might just right now observe a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you. I will just let you know as well that I had the opportunity to speak yesterday to Councillor Moser's wife, Heather, and to express on behalf of all of you and on behalf of all the people of Toronto our condolences on this loss. May I welcome everyone to the 24th meeting of this Executive Committee and to acknowledge that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and home to many diverse Indigenous peoples. And point out as well to colleagues that at lunchtime today, we will be marking 88 days until the beginning of the Indigenous Games, which I think is going to be a great event for the City of Toronto. And there's a ceremony out in Nathan Phillips Square just to begin that countdown that you're all most welcome and encouraged to attend. Of course, people can watch us on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live or follow the meeting on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And if so, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing no declarations of interest, we'll move forward. May I have a motion, please, to confirm the minutes of the Executive Committee meeting of March 7th, 2017, moved by Councillor Ainsley, seconded by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Let's proceed with the review of the agenda, and of course, if you wish to hold an item, please state your name and indicate you want to hold it. So we'll proceed with that, and then I have one item of new business to add that's been circulated to you. So there we are. I have my agenda right here, and item 24.1. I'll just go through these. 24.2, 24.3 is being held for deputations. 24.4 is being held for deputations. 24. Well, I'm happy to take them one at a time. We can do that. 24.1, can I have a motion to accept the receipt of the report for information for item 24.1, moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded. All those in favour? Carried. 24.2, the Heritage Toronto Relationship and Board Composition, motion to accept the recommendations, moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded Councillor Ainsley. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 24.3 is being held for deputations. The Audit Work Plan. 24.4, the alternate voting methods for homebound electors being held for deputations. 24.5, the expense report. Motion to receive the report by Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Pasternak. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 24.6, motion to adopt the recommendations in the report. Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded Councillor Ainsley. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 24.7.
I would like to hold council.
Hold 24.7, Councillor Shiner. Yes. Councillor Shiner holding 24.7. 24.8 being held for deputations. 24.9, a status report on Cash-In-Lieu of Parkland.
Councillor Shiner, I would like to hold that too, Mayor Tory.
Held by Councillor Shiner. 24.9. 24.10 being held for deputations. 24.11, educational property tax levy and clawback rate. Motion to adopt the recommendations contained in the report. Moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.12, report on the city's loan and loan guarantee portfolios. Motion to adopt the recommendations in the report. Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.13, new housing opportunities at 389 Church Street. Motion to adopt the recommendations from the Affordable Housing Committee. Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.14, tax exemptions for new affordable rental homes at 10 York Street. Adopt the recommendation. Held for Councillor Shiner. 24.15, property tax exemptions for new affordable rental homes at 257 Dundas Street East. Moved by Councillor Hold for Councillor Ainsley. 24.15. 24.16, property tax exemptions for new affordable rental homes at 55 and 57 Humewood Drive. Motion to accept the recommendations from the Affordable Housing Committee. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor DeGiorgio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.17, pre-development support for 3 open-door program affordable housing sites. Accepting the recommendations from the Affordable Housing Committee. Councillor McMahon, Councillor DeGiorgio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.18, capital budget adjustments for carry-forward funding. Motion to adopt the recommendations from the Budget Committee, moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor DeGiorgio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Toronto Water year-end capital budget in 2017 to 2025 capital plan adjustments. Motion to accept the recommendations from the Budget Committee, moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.20, Facilities 2017 and 2018 to 2026 capital plan. Adopting a motion to adopt the recommendations from the Budget Committee, again moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Fleet Services 24-21, Fleet Services 2016 year-end capital budget adjustment. A motion to adopt the recommendations from the Budget Committee, moved by the Chair of the Budget Committee, Councillor Crawford, seconded Councillor DeGiorgio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24-22, Toronto Community Housing Corporation multi-building energy retrofit financing request. Again, a motion coming from the Budget Committee to approve these recommendations by us. Councillor Crawford, Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? All right, we need at least have a couple of hands up besides mine. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 24-23, accessibility of city-funded events, Canada 150 celebration, recommendation from the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee. Moved by Councillor Palacio, Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.24, employment for persons with disabilities at the City of Toronto. A motion to adopt the recommendation from the Disability Access and Inclusion Committee. Councillor Ainsley, Councillor DeGiorgio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24-25, the name of the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee. A recommendation coming from that committee. Motion to accept the recommendation coming from Councillor McMahon, Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.26, implication of automated vehicles for Toronto Transit Commission. A motion to adopt the recommendation coming from the TTC Board. Moved by Councillor Ainsley. Seconded. All those in favor? Councillors, please. Okay. 24.27, Procedures Bylaw, Board of Governors of Exhibition Place. This is a recommendation coming from the Chief Executive Officer of Exhibition Place. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendation? Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.28, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Campbell has asked me to withdraw this item.
Thank you. Then we have to have a motion approving the withdrawal of the item. Councillor Pasternak has moved on behalf of Councillor Campbell this item be withdrawn from the agenda. 24.28. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 24.29. We're holding for deputations. And then there is one item of new business which is in front of you on pink paper. Somewhere around here. There we go. Thank you. It's a letter that comes from me. It addresses the issue in particular of drug dealers and other people from the criminal element living in TCHC units and TCHC's current inability under provincial laws as they stand to evict these people. As you might recall, members of the Executive Committee, this was when we did probably one of the broadest consultations ever done among TCHC residents, the #1 issue they named as being of concern to them, which was the infiltration of these buildings by people of the criminal element and the seeming inability of TCHC to evict those people. And there are legal roadblocks that stand in front of that happening in any kind of way whatsoever, and I believe it is prudent that we should formally ask the province, and so this would really be to put it on the table today and then be in a position to take it forward, if you approve it, to the City Council to ask the province formally, which we've done informally, to make the necessary legislative changes to give the Toronto Community Housing Corporation the tools it requires to keep tenants safe. So that's what's before you here. So may I have a motion to accept, or I move that we would accept adding this item to the agenda, and we'll add it on for discussion later. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. Sir.
With your indulgence, I'd like to ask if we can introduce a walk on another item. And the title of this would be a proposal for a joint meeting of the Public Works and Infrastructure and the Licensing Standards Committee to deal with the Sidewalk, Café, and Marketing by Law. We had two meetings, one on April the 12th with Public Works, and yesterday as well with the Licensing Standards. And we ended up, in terms of deputations, with the same group of people. So I think that would be beneficial in terms of efficiencies to have one single meeting. We have spoken to Councillor Robinson. She's not here at the moment, but she's in agreement, and city staff has recommended as well for us to have that joint meeting. So
All right.
I'd like to introduce, with the indulgence of the committee, the item, and as soon as Councillor.
And is it simply, just I'll ask clerk, a motion to authorize the holding of that joint meeting to deal with this matter?
That's correct.
And is that something that we need to circulate, or can we just, so we'll wait and circulate a piece of paper and we'll deal with it perhaps before lunch or?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Otherwise, thank you, Councillor Palacio. Anything else before we proceed? If not, then we would go right to item 24.3, which is the first item that has a deputation, and it's the revised 2017 audit work plan, and the deputant is Derek Moran. I haven't seen Mr. Moran this morning, but there he is. Okay, behind the pillar, as it were. Mr. Moran, good morning, and you know the rules, so you have 5 minutes.
Take notice that the Crown is the surety for Mr. Derek Moran, the legal person I have. I'm just here as Derek today. Just wanted to let everyone know that in an article by Jennifer Pagliaro of the Toronto Star dated Saturday, February 4th, 2017, in it says, Auditor General Beverly Romeo Beeler said in an email, legislation gives her the power to evaluate the quality of stewardship over public funds. She also said that this includes verifying that there is proper governance, management, care, and control over the use of public funds. So I have an objection to make regarding this item. So on page 5 of the Auditor General's report here, it mentions Table 2, project status of 2016-2017 planned audit projects. Number 11, court services revenue controls to be commenced in 2017. My objection is in regards to the way the City of Toronto goes about generating the revenue it collects using the wrong jurisdiction of law to begin with, and or under what's known as the color of law. So I just want to start off, I think the Auditor General is over there. Just want to point out to everybody that there's a code of conduct that the Integrity Commissioner for the City of Toronto has. It says in it, members of local boards shall seek to serve the city's and the public's interest by upholding both the letter and the spirit of applicable laws of the federal parliament and Ontario legislature. For instance, it's just a matter of convenience. This act, called the Emancipation Day Act, that Ontario has, fits on this one page compared to how long the City of Toronto Act is. There's the preamble here, and here it says, therefore, Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Ontario, enacts as follows. And the reason why they have that is because, remember what the Integrity Commissioner says in the Code of Conduct, follow the Ontario legislation. In the Legislation Act of Ontario, Section 6 is the enacting clause. It says, an act shall contain at the beginning the following words to indicate the authority by virtue of which it is passed. Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Ontario, enacts as follows. This is the very beginning of the City of Toronto Act. Here's the table of contents, here's the preamble, and here's the very beginning of it, Section 1. Notice what's missing from here, what's not here, is the enacting clause that the Ontario government didn't forget to put in the Emancipation Day Act, but is not here in the City of Toronto Act that's required of it by Section 6 of the Legislation Act. So it seems that the City of Toronto Act is actually invalid and of no force or effect, no fault of your own, Mayor Tory. I mean, they are working on amending the City of Toronto Act, and maybe in the future the province will do the right thing and put that enacting clause in it. But in the meantime, it would seem that the City of Toronto is acting under what's known as the color of law by going around charging people with all these parking tickets when without the enacting clause, you don't really have the authority to do it. Again, it's not your fault, but now you know. The Auditor General now knows, and maybe she can, get to the bottom of it and just correct things and make things right. And besides, just so we're all absolutely clear on this, barring any objections, of course, these aren't real courts that we're talking about here, right? Because if anyone who doubts that, we could go over to Old Osgood Hall, and I'll show you, Mayor Tory, if you want. First floor, left-hand corner, there's Chief Justice Heather Smith's office. You'll see the coat of arms that she has is the one with the lion and the unicorn, which is odd because there's no such thing as a unicorn. And the Latin inscription that translated says, by God and by right, in the very beginning, first line of the Constitution we have says, recognize the supremacy of God. If we walk into one of these municipal court buildings, the coat of arms above the Justice of the Peace there has a moose and a deer, and the Latin inscription that says, from sea to sea. I've had one of Chief Saunders' officers admit to me at the Eglinton Keele Courthouse that, yes, these courthouses operate under what's known as Admiralty Maritime Jurisdiction. That's the jurisdiction of law that applies when one is on the water. Here in reality, we all live on dry land. This is a common law jurisdiction where the rules of equity apply. So I don't consent to Admiralty Maritime Jurisdiction, and I just think that's just not right.
And on that note, I will thank you very much for your deputation and see if there are any questions for you. I don't see any, and I thank you very much for being here, Mr. Moran, as always. Then we would move to questions of staff on this matter. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions of the Auditor General. I did see her here. There she is. Hi, Beverly.
Actually, I think this is my first time here at Executive Committee. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
We will be good. Just a couple, as you're well aware, and Executive aware, the Budget Committee and City Council gave you some more funds to do some more work in the city. Can you just go over very quickly the process that you go through, number one, in determining the kind of files? It looks like you have a work plan here of 4 new projects that you want to do. So can you just describe how you determine the files that you'll be investigating?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, our process is very extensive and it's methodical. We do a cross-city review on every 5 years. So 2 years ago, we finished a review of every agency and corporation to prioritize projects. And what happened at that point was we identified the higher risk projects and laid out our plan, but we never had the resources to be able to execute to find the true efficiencies across the corporation. So now that the money has been directed our way, what we're doing is we're updating that plan. So I was needed to do 3 things to prepare this preliminary plan. The first thing was to put in motion immediately the projects to be able to prioritize what needed to be done next. So what we did was, the first thing we did was we prioritized TTC projects, we extended a project, and we moved a project up 6 months. The next thing we did was add these 4 projects. And the third thing we're doing is doing a multi-year plan based on the resources that are available and our capability to deliver on those, and that's ongoing right now. That final plan, which will include the rest of 2017, 2018, and 2019, will be completed in June, and that'll allow the Executive Committee and the Audit Committee to be able to see how the money will be spent and our anticipation of the potential for savings.
Okay, so on that's a good lead into the next question. When you're looking at, you bring your recommendations that go through audit, really looks at, you're going to be looking at systematic changes, of course, but there's a dollar amount attached to the sort of savings that you can find. Can you just talk to us or discuss a bit about that process and the implementation of the savings and how you monitor that over a period of time? And, ultimately that kind of saving to ensure that we are following the proper process for savings.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, the first thing we do is identify the potential for savings and any other opportunities to improve service and to improve security. Then what we do is we wait until the corporation has implemented the recommendation, and as soon as it's implemented, we go back and re-audit to verify that the savings are coming back to the corporation. And those are captured in a report every year. Given the concerns at the city around budget pressures, first of all, we only report the realized savings, but what we're going to do is add a report of potential savings where the recommendation hasn't been implemented, so that the city can continue to prioritize where it wants to put its resources to assist the divisions for implementation. So just to back up, we not only identify the potential, we go back and verify that the savings are coming through the door back to the city. But the one thing we're going to add is where savings are identified, potential savings, put that in a separate report so that the Budget Committee and the Executive Committee can support the divisions in delivering in those areas.
Okay, so, and I'll be doing a motion in effect after this. So when you're looking at the savings that are captured and the reporting, do divisions and agencies, how do they report that through the process? Where do we see that through the Audit Committee, but where, and primarily through the budget process, where would we see the savings that a division or an agency has found, or is it just kind of buried everywhere?
Thank you. That has been a consistent question, actually, from Councillor Nunziata, who has been on our audit committee every year. And what happens is we only report out on a global basis, and we identify the divisions, but within the budget process, those savings are never truly identified. There's been one division that I am aware of, and that would be the Facilities Division, and they identified as a line item where the audit had recommended changes to their program, and those changes were implemented. They showed the savings year over year going forward. And a line item like that, where we see the savings are finally coming in, be it revenue coming in or a reduction in cost, I believe it would be useful for the Budget Committee if it is possible for the division to show that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crawford. I had Councillor Nunziata also had a question for the auditor, and then we have
Just on that
Councillor McMahon.
point, because we discussed it when I was on the audit committee and during budget. So will we, the question that Councillor Crawford asked, any potential savings at the end of the year, or even if it's phased in 2 or 3 years, would we be able to see on various departments a line item that shows that there was actually a savings within their budget? I mean, they could separate that, correct?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. I believe they can separate it, and we can assist with that. And the way we can assist is we identify it anyway through our report back to Audit Committee, but we can make sure that the divisions have that information so that they can reflect it within their budget on a line item, and that would be helpful to them.
It would be helpful to us as well, the Budget Committee, knowing that, in fact, when these recommendations in the budget comes forward, that there's a potential savings over 2-3 years, that we actually see those savings.
Yes.
Correct? So that's really important. Now, just a question. There were a number of audits that were conducted with Toronto Housing and various divisions, and recommendations brought forward, and they were presented to the Police Services Board as well. All those past audits that were done, have all the recommendations been adopted to date? Are there any outstanding recommendations that have not been implemented?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. In relation to TCHC, the recommendations have been implemented and multi-million-dollar savings have been realized and were used up within the corporation. And in relation to police, there is one outstanding recommendation related to chargeback for paid duty that I understand, and I can provide that recommendation back to this committee. And it hasn't been implemented yet, and I don't believe there's an intention to implement it. So I will make sure that that comes back to this committee, just through a note to through the clerk. But if I may, I want to clarify the difference between our identification of a potential for saving, and we quantify as much as possible, and that's going to help the Budget Committee and the city to help to support the division to get the recommendation implemented so they can realize the savings. And what we report out now is the realized savings. The realized savings are audited money through the door that have been identified over the years, and we know the money's come in. And so what we're going to add, we only do the realized savings, we're going to add the potential as a report to the Budget Committee and also to the Audit Committee and this committee, so that you'll have that full picture of what's really happening.
When we go through the budget process,
Correct.
we'll be able to identify the
Correct.
savings.
So if we identify, for example, a potential saving, you can, and it hasn't been implemented, the question can be, why isn't it implemented? Can we help you with that? Is there something we can do to move it forward?
Yeah, and if you don't see the potential savings, then, and there's a request for an increase in the budget, you have to question those budget items. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata, and I had Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and welcome to your first executive committee. Usually there are more women here, but I'm representing them today. On committee, but nice to have other councillors here. So you used to have this chart or number for the benefits of your department for every dollar we could leverage.
Correct.
Whatever. What's that number?
The number, it fluctuates. Last year it was 11 to 1. This year it was $7 for every $1 spent. And next year I expect it to go much higher than 11. I mean, that's my anticipation based on what we have in the hopper right now, right in the kitty. So I expect that to go higher. And it fluctuates, Councillor, if I might, it fluctuates because we don't select on potential savings. What we select on is risk. And the risk can be actually a security measure that will stop the city from losing money. That is not calculated in the realized savings. But it's an important factor. So sometimes, like for example, we did extensive IT work that really will protect the city. And that wouldn't be reflected in the savings, but that's a true potential risk of loss. So, but the byproduct, the natural byproduct of our work is economy and efficiencies back to the city.
Great. And this extra funding that you're receiving, your department's receiving, do you feel that's enough?
I believe so right now, and I like the prudent approach that the Budget Committee has taken in that they provided temporary funding, and we're now gearing up and calculating exactly how many projects we can do, the nature of those projects and where they will be. But a key part of this is also, don't forget that the city implements, and they're doing a good job at implementing as we move, so.
Great. And then you had this other chart where you used to, like, comparison chart of other municipalities and their, the size of their audit departments in comparison to Toronto,
Yes.
where we seem to lag behind. And I'm just wondering, what does that look like now, or have you reanalyzed that, or where are we standing?
I have, and I've factored in a number of other areas where the city is spending in oversight, and I can say it's bringing us within range. And really, at this point, I'm comfortable with where we are, and now it's for me to deliver, and that's what I'm committed to doing.
Fabulous, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Any other members of council? Sorry, over here we have Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The student nutrition program, I believe, is up to $12 million. That's actually administered by a third-party governmental body, the Toronto District School Board, and then it goes to parent councils with limited accountability. I don't see it on the list here. Are there any plans for the balance of this term to take a look and make sure the most needy students are getting the funds?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. I am limited in my mandate to be able to audit grants to third parties. And that will be an interesting and an important way to open up when we provide grants to third parties. Through council simply saying you allow me to audit that grant area, then I can open up and look at that mandate. But right now, I've verified with legal that I'm limited in when monies are granted. So if it is the wish of council for me to be able to audit grants across the board, then I will be able to factor that into my plan. Thank you for asking.
You would need direction from council to
I do.
do that. Okay, fair enough. There's a growing school of thought in the United States where jurisdictions are taking 1% of all social programs or government programs and using those funds to assess whether the programs are working. Have you looked into that school of thought, and is that a direction that the city should go on, if you're familiar with it?
No, I haven't actually. Thank you for the question. And through you, Chair, I have not. But with the additional funding, we are adding more in the shelter housing area, for example. And I am also meeting with, I've taken this time, between now and my plan in June, to meet with various councillors, as many as I can, to get further input into the plan of areas where we may not have identified something. So I will be coming back to look at that. So to answer your question, I haven't looked at that program, but I will seek it out. I look forward to doing that, but I also will circle back for that in other areas.
Just for clarity's sake, the 1% is the program cost, is used to then review, audit, and assess whether the program is working.
I haven't looked at that, but from the conceptual perspective, I think it depends on having the second set of eyes outside the program to look at the program. That's what's key here. That's the difference between potentially like an internal audit, having the mandate to get the records and the exterior look coming in from outside is really what adds the value. So I think it's a good thing. I can't speak to it right now, but with the resourcing that I have, I think my view is it's provided me with the tools to be able to get at more programs from a second set of eyes, independent eyes perspective, and report back to council.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Palacio for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the Regent Park development, there has been the incremental phasing taking place for the last few years. Have you had an opportunity to look into it to ensure that that the whole vision and mission overall is on track in terms of investments?
Could you repeat the question, please?
That's with the Regent Park development and the incremental phasing that's taking place over the years, where and millions of dollars have been added on to it to what it was initially asked for. Mm-hmm. Have you had a chance to look into it?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying in relation to the provincial dollars, how...
and the city's investment as well. So there has been quite a bit of money put into it.
Invested in, I want to make sure I'm understanding the question.
That's with the Regent Park development that's taking place and the multi-phasing that is going on.
I just want to make sure, the social services, I want to make sure I'm clear on the record. In relation to the provincial dollars, I want to make sure I'm...
No, the overall investments that the city is making and the amount of money that we keep on pouring on it. I just want to make
on
sure
TCHC?
That, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm very clear. So, in my analysis of the upcoming projects, TCAC has always factored into those projects. We have additional money to be able to do work there. Pouring more money in is not, it's not the most important thing. What's most important is that it's used strategically to meet the need. So on the one hand, there may be a gap, but it's also making sure what's there is being used in the most effective manner. There's a shared responsibility around social housing and making sure that each of the players are playing their part is important. So we have projects listed to come back in June to look at the strategic use of the funds within social housing. The mayor has had his task force, but I think in addition to the monies, it's making sure how they're spent and getting to the performance outcomes that the city needs to see. That's where I need to look to make sure that the money's being used in the best way. Now that we have more money, is it being used in the best way to get to the performance outcomes?
With regards to the Toronto Community Housing, once again, I'm talking about the Toronto Community Housing. The last review, when was the last review that your office had on the Toronto Community Housing?
I believe it was 2013, 2014. They've implemented the recommendations since I've been here in 2015. Then the mayor's task force went in, and we had 7 projects listed for Toronto Community Housing. We stood down on those projects while the task force was happening, and now with additional funding, we can gear up to move in.
Have you had a chance to look if the 81 recommendations by the Auditor General have been implemented?
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm hearing.
There were 81 recommendations by the Auditor General. Have you had an opportunity to look into it to ensure that those recommendations have been implemented?
Yes.
Number one. Number two, with the Art Eggleton Task Force that was formed by the mayor, have you had a chance to look at if all the recommendations are being implemented as a follow-up to the level of inefficiencies that were found within the Toronto Community Housing?
So, thank you, and through you, Chair. First and foremost, we did look at the recommendations and we did verify they were implemented. They were in the purchasing area. Looking at a specific area and verifying that they've been implemented then doesn't mean the entire corporation is okay. So that's the first thing. The next thing, and so we will be doing more work in TCHC. The next thing is in relation to the implementation of the recommendations for the task force. When there's been a major change to a business, in any business, we allow some time for the implementation to start because we want to make sure that it's actually underway. So making sure that that's happening can be an upcoming verification of where they are in the status.
Would you be looking at, once again, to the implementation of all those from the task force, as well as any recommendations that have not been implemented from the previous auditing as well?
Yes, we actually verified by re-auditing that the Auditor General's former recommendations have been implemented. And in relation to the recommendations from the task force, the answer is yes. We don't redo, we find the value proposition, and we make sure that they have been implemented. There was actually other areas that we had seen that we will be focused on also. Besides the task force, besides the recommendations, there are other areas. It's a big area. It's an important area. Those factors come into play. We had a number of projects listed but stood down because of the task force and allowed them to do their work. We're now resurging those projects and in this time frame reviewing those to come back here for June.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for your patience.
Councillor Pasternak. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, assume you make some recommendations, and then the savings don't materialize. Would that be a consequence of improper implementation of your recommendation, or is it a perhaps not so good a recommendation?
It actually can be both. We anticipate savings. The city does the best that they can do to implement them. Sometimes they need some resources to implement them, and sometimes it's a timing thing. And we don't. We try to anticipate and conservatively estimate the savings and potential savings, but it's simply an estimate, and then it's for the group to implement it. One of the things we are doing is actually phasing reports so that If there's a recommendation that is timely, like when we made recommendations surrounding the benefits, long-term disability benefits plan, and there was negotiations going on, we made sure we had that in a timely way so the city can put those recommendations in place, and they do. They pick up on it, and they do. So back to your question, if they don't materialize, most times they do. We make sure they're on site, but if they don't, it's just we have to do the best estimate we can at the time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giorgio. Any other questions of the Auditor General on this matter? All right, well, hearing none, I will thank you very much, Auditor General, and may I have a list of speakers if there are people wishing to speak? Councillor Crawford, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Mayor. I have a motion that I'd like to move, please. That City Council requests the Auditor General to report to the Budget Committee with realized savings and potential savings identified through audits undertaken by the Auditor General. Excuse me. Through conversations with the Auditor General over the last little while, I found it actually interesting that savings and potential savings weren't always reported through the budget process. Sometimes they were captured, sometimes they weren't. They were reported through the Audit Committee, through Council, but we never had the real opportunity to have a look at the potential savings through the Audit or through the Budget Committee. So this really just allows the Auditor General to send a report to us to look at, as we're preparing the budget and going through the initial processes specifically, potential savings. As you can appreciate, so when we look at, and a good example is we start off with a budget pressure. This year, I think it's around $340 million. Last year, it was over $700 million. When we look at the work that the Auditor General is doing, and primarily for the year after, we can actually look at potential savings, and these could be upwards in the millions of dollars, like multi-millions of dollars. And to be able to look at that as we're going through the process of trying to figure out how we bring that potential, that $340 million down, it'll be a really good tool, I think, to be able to assist us through that process. The second motion, that I won't be moving it here, but it came from Councillor Nunziata that she mentioned about the opportunity, the ability to be able to look at a line by line of what the potential savings are. She mentioned that our finance department division does that right now. So you can actually see a line by line of how the savings through the auditing came in. So I'm going to be moving a motion. Clerks have said it has to go through Budget Committee to actually have all agencies and divisions to start reporting to the Budget Committee savings that have been realized through audits. So that'll be, again, that won't be doing it here, but that'll have to go to Budget Committee. So I just wanted to bring that up too. That's the two things we're looking at doing. And a lot of it has to do is really the accountability and the ability to, as manage and govern the budgeting process, I think will assist us. So that's the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Others wishing to speak? Councillor, I'm sorry, it's okay. Councillor Carroll, yes.
I need a refresher on the rules. Is it possible for a non-member to ask a question of the mover?
No, it's not. You can get somebody else to ask the question, but you could have asked questions earlier on of staff, but not of the mover.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask the mover offline. I'm worried about muddying independence.
Okay, thank you. Others wishing to speak to the item? Okay, did you want to speak, Councillor? Okay, well then let's move forward then to deal first with the vote on the amendment moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then that's the end of it. That is it. Yes, okay. So, thank you for that. And that would then bring us to item 24.4, the implementing of alternate voting for homebound electors. And we have a deputant to hear from, Mr. Miroslav Glavich. Good morning, Mr. Glavich. You have 5 minutes. You're welcome.
5 minutes, same thing. A lot of countries around the world have been doing this for more than 10 years. In Peru, in South America, for the municipal elections, especially in Lima, Ecuador, and Colombia, have been doing this for more than 15 years. Just because the City of Toronto, the elections office, municipal, provincial, and federal look for accessible buildings, that doesn't mean they're fully accessible. My dad is 85 plus. He can't really leave home. My mother's obviously 21. if any of you had to stay home, I don't know if any of you have young children, but if you had to choose between taking care of your kids with no babysitter around and voting, most of you are going to pick taking care of your kids and not vote, no matter what. One of the things I've been deputing over for years is for the City of Toronto to use technology, kind of like Skype, you know, people that they can't make it here. If any of you know about Wheel-Trans, you have to book it way in advance, and most people are not going to go through all the hassle to go vote if they have an issue. That church that my father is assigned to go vote is not accessible. The elevator hasn't worked and the church hasn't repaired it. When you even in Europe, especially all Eastern Europe, all the Slavic countries, we have people do go with a special envelope package. Here you go vote. They take it back and it goes back in. Toronto is falling behind into what majority of this planet is doing. And think about it this way. You people can get more votes. And you want to get more votes at the end when you got all of you run for re-election, except Mary Margaret. But hey, you say you're not running. You know, you should run again, by the way. Yes, but to any of you to go from your houses, your apartments, to that nearest a community center, gym, church, mosque, synagogue, whatever, it could seem easy for you, but people who can't even get up or have an accessibility, physical disability can't make it. I think the city should make it easy for people to vote, you know? That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Glavich. Are there any questions of the deputant? Hearing none, I will thank you very much for being with us today. Questions of staff? Hearing none, seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Ainsley? Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley's moved the recommendations. 24.4. Ready for the question? All those in favour? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Next, we have 24.8. We have some deputations there to begin with. And we have first from Jane Finch Community Ministry, Dr. Barry, is it Reader or Ryder? Reader? Reader? Thank you, Dr. Reader, for being with us today. You have 5 minutes, and we welcome you.
I'm a community minister with the United Church of Canada, and I've had the privilege of actually working in the Firgrove community for the last 22 years. My role in the community is to do community development, community organizing, some pastoral support, and advocacy through coalitions and networks. I have to declare that my office is one of the units being demolished or being potentially demolished, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. I'm here as an advocate for the tenants. The initial reset plan to fix up the units and exteriors was an honorable plan, but flawed. And I think flawed from the very beginning. Tenants knew that the buildings were in poor shape. And that part of it is from years of neglect and that they needed to be knocked down. When engineers were finally brought in, it confirmed that the buildings actually were structurally unsound and could not be repaired. So I think the issue is that they need to be demolished. The concerns that I have is two things. One, the relocation plan as it exists, and secondly, no plan for replacing that housing stock. So first of all, with the 108 units that are tenants are going to be relocated, they're going to be relocated throughout the whole city. And the difficulty for that is that many of the people that have grown up in that community and make that their home, they can't just quickly move to Scarborough. They have family there, they have work there. In certain situations, they have children that are in special needs in schools. And just to be able to transfer them to another school is not going to end up happening. To determine the priority of who gets first choice was determined last Thursday by a lotto. A lotto where ping pong balls were thrown in a bingo drum and then pulled out of that, and then people then was determined as far as what priority that they got to end up pick as far as the available housing stock. I think it's crazy that by a lotto situation, things are being determined as far as who gets first pick. I think there's a lot of other needs that people end up have as far as that priorities should be looked at, whether or not it's health needs, school needs, work issues. And I'm part of the crisis response network, and we're quite concerned about the relocation of some of the youth. Even if they're wanting to remain in Jane and Finch, doesn't mean that they can go to another neighborhood, and we're concerned around their particular safety. I think the other, how do we deal with that? I think, part of it is that, yes, there are some units that the water damage and the mold and stuff like that, priority should be for them to end up move right away. But for others, to have them move by September, and part of that was to look into the high school, or like to the school kind of plan, but I think it's too quick, and I think there needs to be more time and more availability for people to make choices. The second concern I have is around the demolition with no plan to end up rebuild. I think it's one thing to move out of the community and recognize that you have an opportunity to come back into a fixed-up unit, and I think that's what the hope that people end up had. But right now, currently, that doesn't exist. I wonder what happened to the $28 million that was dedicated to that community for the reset, and why that can't be used as seed money. I also know that the federal government announced that there was $11 billion towards that in housing. And I think that there needs to be a big push from the City Council to look at as far as not just a relocation plan, but a rebuilding of that community. Half of the units in the Grassways are being demolished, but the other half that are being left were built at the same time period. So, and they are just about as bad. The only difference is that there was some siding that was put on them to end up save some of the exterior kind of structure, but they probably only have a life of maybe 3 to 5 years, what we've been told. So eventually that needs to end up go too. So potentially we're losing 300 units, and I think the biggest thing is it's not just housing units, it's people's homes. And people's homes that they've made in that community in Jane and Finch, and I hope that we could find some way of restoring that.
Thank you for respecting the time and making such complete and heartfelt submissions during the allocated time, and for your community service. That's recognized here. Are there questions of the deputant? Could I just ask you, you do understand that when the Housing Corporation or anybody else in our domain, the public domain, would proceed with a process, if we had just even tried to do it on the basis you suggested and sort of picking units that had more damage or this or that, there would have been some who criticized that too. And so sometimes what happens in the public domain is you do something like a ping pong ball, to use that method, as a means of having people know it was completely random and therefore can't be unfair in terms of which ones got picked, as opposed to perhaps perpetuating an unfairness on some residents that are suffering more hardship or have other extenuating circumstances. You do understand that.
I think what I was kind of referring to as far as those that have water damage, if the plan, instead of pushing it to that by September or October, you want everybody vacated out of there, giving it a longer period of time, because the building needs to be demolished. Yes, it does. But there are some units that are not bad shape, and people could stay there for a little bit longer. So I think the priority would be, yes, the units where there's mold and water damage from the leaks, that needs to be a priority. But I think other priorities need to also exist, instead of just by the lot of a ping pong ball pulled out of a bingo. That I find completely ridiculous. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that you need to end up look at it as a fair process, but also respecting people's particular kind of needs. Honorable Mayor, I just wanted to thank you. A couple years ago, you came to the Back to School barbecue and scholarships, so you're quite familiar with the community, and so.
I am, and I just wanted to say to you before we thank you, unless there are any other questions, that I've written down a number of the points you made, and when we have questions of our staff, including from TCHC, I will, if others don't, and I'm sure some will as well, ask some of these questions. You know, I came there in good faith to have this project be one of the first in the reset program. And it just turns out when we went to do the work, the buildings were not found to be repairable, if that's a word. So in any event, if you stay here, you'll listen to the whole discussion, including questions of our staff, and maybe some of the questions you put will be answered or not.
I think it fits in with the other earlier kind of presentation from the auditor talking about as far as kind of real savings. And I think we all know that if you don't invest in property and you get a leaking roof, that eventually it creates more problems. So I think it's kind of a downhill cycle that we've inherited from the province as far as with that. And this is just to end up showing, you know, I mean, I think things could have been prevented if there was appropriate kind of budget for Toronto Community Housing Company in order to keep up with the repairs. And now we wouldn't be in this situation where the buildings are actually being demolished.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions of the deputant? Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Next, we have Tiffany Ford, trustee for Ward 4 from the TDSB. Always welcome members of the school board here, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much.
You have 5 minutes.
Sure. Good morning, Executive Council, Mayor John Tory. So I'm here to speak to you as the trustee for Toronto District School Board Ward 4, which includes the Firgrove community. On April 4th, I received an email from Toronto Community Housing's Manager of Stakeholders Relations with regards to a permit for use at Firgrove Public School on April 13th. The email mentioned the urgent need for approval based on the very urgent need to provide information to Firgrove's tenants on the relocation process. This email on April 4th was the first time Toronto Community Housing reached out to our school board with respect to possible relocation of families in the community, including over 100 students. It wasn't in any official capacity and solely was with regards to an inquiry of a meeting permit. The lack of transparency provided by Toronto Community Housing was shocking and very concerning for us. Myself and staff finally met with Toronto Community Housing yesterday per my request to obtain full details on this matter before us today. I completely understand wanting to protect residents from harmful living conditions. Might I add, conditions they have been living in for decades. But losing over 100 students in our local school community has real implications for our school budgets and staffing. It also puts a school like Firgrove Public School in risk of closure. Firgrove Public School is currently only at 67% capacity, with projections of being at 51% capacity in 2021. As we lose students, we lose money from the province for the school. Our understanding is that families will be moved by September, and therefore already our approved staffing allocation for these schools are now at risk. We will have to bump staff unexpectedly or not have enough staff at another school somewhere in the city. Our school staffing allocations are based on student projections, and this process has already been done for our upcoming school year. Outside of budgetary issues, the safety of students is a real concern. We take student safety very seriously and are always considerate of very complex issues such as community politics and turf wars. There are many young people from the Firgrove community that cannot even cross 3 blocks north on Finch Avenue due to safety risks and anxiety. Now imagine uprooting them from their community and relocating them to another part of the city. As a representative of students and families in the Firgrove community, I must ask this committee to focus on details and consider what demolishing these units mean to an already very marginalized Jane and Finch community. Consider the implications to many young, marginalized, and stigmatized students and what uprooting them away from their homes and community would mean to them. Thank you for listening and your time as well.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. I had a question of you from Councillor Carroll to begin with, so.
Thank you. Yes. Hi. Welcome. So the idea of relocation, the demolition is a serious issue. The idea of relocation is not new for us at our end of the service, and through revitalization, we've had to relocate a lot of tenants. I think some 500 downtown, 2 complexes in my area. So the families of, the children of about 100 families are currently out of the area and often not going to school. Because we've been doing this for a long time, does the TDSB have a set sort of protocol for them to assist us in relocations? And have they informed you of how they might be able to help?
Well, the issue is that we just had an official meeting yesterday. And so my understanding is that these residents are leaving by September for the next school year.
Right.
And we already have our allocations for staffing already done. So for instance, if we lose about 60 kids from Firgrove Public School, that's a staff member that has to be bumped, unfortunately. So, you know, really,
Right.
we didn't know anything, and so my concern is just the lack of transparency with Toronto Community Housing and working with us, because usually with Regent Park, there's a long plan, and unfortunately, at this time, it seems like it's very quick and very urgent.
Right. So I understand that you're asking us not to do this, but should we do this? Would it be a helpful motion? I'm not a member of the committee, but would it be a helpful motion if someone on the committee were to move that we need to work more closely with the TDSB and the TCDSB to make sure that they're aware as we move through these, and that we ask that they set up their own assistance protocol for how we help students make their way into new schools, whether it's a revitalization or in this case a reset program situation.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. I had Councillor Pasternak next, and then Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Trustee Ford, for coming in. I'm trying to understand why your belief is these students who are being displaced will not be able to attend that school. Certainly, the TDSB has an optional attendance program if they're moved outside the catchment area. My understanding from the staff report is many might even be still within the catchment area and can attend. And of course, there's always last resort is busing, which is nobody's favorite, but it can be done. I'm just wondering why you think those students are a loss to the school when there's other mechanisms to make sure they can still attend.
Well, again, we haven't had that discussion because we just found out recently, like I said, April 4th, and had our meeting yesterday officially with Toronto Community Housing. So the discussion hasn't really been worked out yet, and understand that majority of these students, I believe, are elementary students, and it's not that easy depending on where they're going to be. So there's units across the city, and we don't really know where they're going to be moving. And again, we have our allocations of staffing and busing as well as another issue for us. But to work with Toronto Community Housing to ensure these students may even go back to that school would be great. But it's, I think we're in April, May. It's quite late.
Now, thank you for that answer. Just on another issue, staff in this report said they've held actually 2 community meetings on December 19th and February 2nd. Do those 2 dates ring a bell? Is that?
It has nothing to do with the Toronto District School Board. We just found out through a permit request on April 4th in an email. So there was no communications with Toronto Community Housing. It was very surprising to us. And we had our official meeting yesterday with Toronto Community Housing per my request to find out details about this relocation process.
Well, they're also saying that approximately 75 residents attended each of these meetings on December 19th and February 2nd. I assume some of the residents may have been members of the parent council or, I don't know, local activists. I'm just surprised that you were out of the loop when clearly a lot of people came to these 2 public meetings.
It's not just myself, it's also staff planning committee, planners with our school board. I mean, Toronto Community Housing can certainly contact us in regards
Well,
to.
I'm sure your address is not confidential. I'm sure they can, or I'm sure you don't have an unlisted number. I would agree they could contact you, but it does say they did have 2 community meetings. Anyway, thank you very much for coming
Thank you.
in.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Giorgio is going to ask his questions of staff. Are there any other councillors or members of the committee wishing to ask questions of this deputant? If not, well, thank you very much for taking the time to be here
Thank
today
you.
and share your thoughts with us, Councillor Trustee Ford. And next we would have Alejandra Ruiz Vargas, Chair of East York Acorn. Good morning. Now, does this also include Andrew Marciniak? Is that so?
Yes.
All right. So are you making a deputation altogether, or?
Yeah, together. This is Edna Rose, who's going to be taking my speaking time.
Okay. So you go ahead then. I'll give you some latitude on the 5 minutes because you're combining 2 into 1, but take the time you need and please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. How is everybody this morning? My name is Alejandra, and as Andrew was saying, Andrew Marciniak and Enna, we're coming from Acorn. Acorn is an organization that fights for social change in the city of Toronto. So Acorn, oh, sorry.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Mayor. My name is Edna Rose, and the reason why I'm here this morning, I'm a resident of the Grassways, and what I would like to say, I'm also a member of Acorn. My reason for attending this meeting is to know the truth why we as residents have to move on such a short notice. This is the only home I know for 30 years. I have much to miss if I should have to move. I have planted fruit trees. Also, they are planted in regard of my granddaughters when they were born. I don't understand why you all are playing politics with my living. It is just getting me sick than ever. Since the relocation started, I can't tell who I am anymore. One last thing I would like to ask, if the funding is not there for the repair, where will the funding come from to rebuild? And the reason why I ask this question is because since the relocation, we hear so many different stories about this rebuilding. Whether the building is deteriorating or if they need repair, since I live at this address at 3 Marsh Grassway, Unit 111, no one has been in my unit to check if it's safe or unsafe. And where the side that I'm living on, I don't see anything wrong with my side of building, because at first they said it was going to be one side, which is 11 Dune and whatever. So I don't know if I could get some answers.
If I can just say to you, we'll let your colleagues continue. The whole purpose of this public meeting is to make sure, and the next thing after you speak will be to have some members of the staff speak from Toronto Community Housing and Prep City staff, and they'll try to begin to answer some of the questions you've posed. I've been making a note of them here, as of other members, I'm sure. And so hopefully that's where we'll end up today, as we get some answers and improve on the circumstances you described. So that's why we're here, and so I just want to make sure we didn't leave that hanging when you asked a question at the end. So I hope that over the course of the next hour or so, you'll be better more satisfied and better able to understand what's going on. So thank you. So if you want to go back to the rest of your deputation, please.
Thank you. Acorn is totally opposed to the closing of the housing units at Toronto Community Housing. We want and we like public housing. Toronto Community Housing is the largest landlord in America. Toronto Community Housing is wholly owned by the City of Toronto with 2,100 buildings, represent a $9 billion public asset. Today, there are about 100,000 households in the waiting list. Over the years, Toronto Community Housing has provided housing to hundreds of thousands of people. Toronto Community Housing is the core of the City of Toronto about housing. But this administration wants to close housing units. Allow me to mention that on December 8, 2016, Greg Sperm, President and Chief Executive Officer of Toronto Community Housing, quote, in the webpage of the Toronto Community Housing, open quotes, the 2017 budget approved by the board will allow us to continue improving living conditions for tenants, repairing and maintaining our buildings, delivering better services with the resources we had, close quotes. Since that this administration had some sweet talkers, Acorn is telling to this administration, please don't play with our lives. Acorn wonders if this sweet talking is a way to close our mouths or is a way to show that this administration doesn't care about the less fortunate citizens of this city. This administration is forcing people like Edna into a housing market that is very expensive, uncertain, and scary. People have lived there for decades, and it's the only neighborhood that they are familiar with. Acorn wonder if this is one of the moves of this administration to privatization. We don't have a place to go. In the spirit of decency, in the spirit of mercy, don't support this plan because it's unfair and lame. Acorn is totally opposed to the closing of the housing units of Toronto Community Housing. Thank you.
Sir, I was wanting to be fair in terms of, because you were listed as a separate deputant, do you want to add anything or just maybe take some questions?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will just, from the chair, ask a couple of questions to begin with, and then there'll be others, I'm sure, who will want to do that. Carol's indicated. I just want to ask you, ma'am, you are familiar with the fact that I actually went with the people from Toronto Community Housing to announce that there was funding to repair these buildings, because I just want to go through very carefully your suggestion that somehow the administration of housing or the city administration or anybody else wanted to close these as part of any kind of a plan. The plan was, and it was funded, to repair the units, but when people went to look at the units and inspect them, as you'd have to do to prepare to do the repairs, they were found inappropriate. I mean, to repair them wouldn't have brought them back to where the standard we needed, and it wouldn't have been a wise use of money. The buildings were too far deteriorated over periods long before, frankly, myself or Mr. Spurn got here. Do you know that the original intention was to go, and it was announced and funded to repair the buildings, but then it was found they were in too bad a state of repair to be fixed? You know that?
I could say something.
Yeah.
We know that we're opposed to the closure of units, and we don't think the relocation process has been good either. Edna could attest to that. But there is going to be 1,000 units closed this year. We just heard on the CBC this morning, and there's no plan to house those people either. So
you're familiar with the fact the City of Toronto is trying to get additional funding from the province and from the federal government to make sure we can do more of those repairs. You're familiar with that?
No, I am not familiar with that.
We've been working with the Ontario government. We've met with the housing minister. We're aware there's other levels of the government involved, but we're here at the city.
I understand, and I guess I would just solicit from here and ask you if you'd be willing to go again to the province and reiterate the message we've been putting on to the public record every day, saying we need money from them to contribute to the repairs. Are you aware of the fact, because it's a question period, not for me to make speeches, are you aware of the fact that we, as a city government this year, through Toronto Community Housing, are investing $250 million in repairs of units, which will bring our total to $1 billion that we've invested in repairing units, but that we can't do it all ourselves. Are you aware of that? That's why we've asked the other governments to help us with that.
Yes, I'm aware, or we are aware.
Okay,
Yeah.
but the point I really want to make sure you understand, just by way again of a question, you know we don't want to close these. We'll only speak to these units. They're the only ones that are on the table for discussion today. And a lot of the questions that were asked by the first deputant and by the previous deputant about the plan, we will ask those questions in just a few minutes of our staff to be satisfied ourselves that it's being done properly and sensitively and so on. But you're aware of the fact that we didn't want to close these. There was no intention to close these. But when we went with money in hand to do the repairs, they were found to be beyond repair, and that it would be like you can find with a car or a house that somebody owns other than ourselves. It just doesn't make sense to repair them. It may not even be possible to repair them. You are aware that that's why it's now proposed they be closed, leaving aside the important question, which we'll answer in a minute, about whether we could replace them with some redevelopment. You're aware that we didn't want to close them and that we found they were just unfit to be repaired. You know that.
Yes, but my concern is on such a short notice. For an old woman like me, I can't get up and move in a couple of months because I'm living there for a while. I know that some of them is in bad shape, but it's too much of a short notice.
Yeah, and we will come back to answering some of those questions when some of the officials appear in a few moments, because we heard about young people being dislocated, and we've heard you saying that at the other end you've lived there a long time. So we'll do that, and I thank you for that. Are there any other questions of Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I just want to be clear on Acorn's position going forward. This is a special case, as the mayor has fleshed out quite ably. But I'm wondering where Acorn as an organization stands on the overall program, when it's a case of revitalization, when it's a case of the reset program, and this, of course, a sort of an emergency situation. Does Acorn support relocation when it's for the purposes of a revitalization, a Regent Park, an Alexander Park, a Villaways situation?
We have no policy on that yet.
Yeah. We really don't have policy over this point right now, but maybe my speech wasn't clear, and I'm sorry, because
no, it's very clear. I'm just asking, I'm trying to separate it out from your organization position.
Okay, what we understand that, of course, building has to be repaired, and they have to be the maintenance in is not repairable. People has to move, because if not, they will die, isn't it? They will collapse. We understand that. But what we not agree is the way of the relocation, because you are leaving some people there in the wilderness. The market right now in the city is really scary. It's very expensive. Edna lives in RGI. So how she's going to pay an apartment when the apartments right now, bachelor's $990, so how she's going to pay?
So now I have a follow-up question. Does Acorn understand that if they are RGI tenants in this complex, that the relocation will be putting them in another rent geared to income situation? We're not throwing them out to market housing.
We understand that,
Okay.
but we think the Senator Eggleton's plan moving forward with shifting the RGI formula, stuff like that. We're here today to say we support public housing, and we're opposed to closure of units, I think.
Right.
Yes, this is basically what we want.
Okay, okay.
Are there other, Councillor Nunziata?
Yes. Question, Edna.
Yes.
So Edna, did you attend those meetings that were held in December and
The
February?
one on the 19th of December, I did not attend it because I didn't know about it.
Okay.
It's only because I'm in and out because I work as a crossing guard for TPS. I didn't know anything about that meeting. Okay. It was only by word of mouth I heard it. The one on the 3rd of February, it didn't went too well because there were tenants that left very upset.
Okay. You mentioned during your deputation is that Toronto Housing has never been in your unit. Did you ever call Toronto Housing to come in if you had a problem in your unit?
The only time I call Toronto Housing inside my unit, if in case my lights go out and I don't have a ladder, They came in because my kitchen was getting very bad, especially the walls, it was dirty. And they came in and they painted it. For the 30 years I'm there, I tried to maintain this unit very good.
No, but because when you mentioned that they've never been in unit, I was just questioning if you've ever called them and they didn't come.
No,
So they did come.
They do
Okay.
come.
To Acorn, so in the past, have you been advocating for any of the tenants in these buildings for deficiencies and issues? Because I know you advocate on, so in these particular units, have you in the past been, Acorn, been involved in advocating for improvements in the building and deficiencies and that there's been problems in the units?
I'm sure, like, you know how we work.
No, I know. I
yeah.
just want to know if you have in these units.
Yeah, we have members in the buildings.
And they've been complaining about the units being unsafe and?
Yeah, and this kind of goes to our large, we fought for land licensing for a long time, how tenants don't call the city to complain, stuff like that. But we have, we have the regular meetings and active tenants.
So there have been meetings and complaints from the tenants that are living in these buildings that they feel the units are unsafe, and they've been asking that they be improved. And so you do know that there's a lot of units that need to be repaired, and that it is unsafe in some of these units,
Edna could
unhealthy
probably
for the
answer this better
tenants.
than me because I don't go to the Jane Finch meetings.
Oh, okay. Who goes to the Jane and Finch meetings?
Yes.
What are the meetings?
What was the question?
At your meetings, your Acorn, you have Acorn meetings and,
Yes.
right. So have tenants during your meetings come forward and complained about the units, that they're unsafe and not healthy? And the mold that's in the units? Have you heard that from the tenants?
One tenant complained about her bathroom is leaking and it caused mold.
So you do know that there's problems with these units, that they're
I will
unsafe?
say yes and no because I haven't seen it with my eyes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nunziata. Councilor DeGiorgio.
Just one quick question. So if we accept the fact that the buildings are not in very good shape, they need to be demolished and they need to be replaced. Not with, it doesn't matter how we got there, but we're at a place now where the buildings are unsafe and they need to be demolished. So in terms of the fact that people have to relocate, what is a reasonable or acceptable time frame whereby you would be notified and you would be comfortable in moving or at least relocating until your unit was reconstructed? So you mentioned that you just don't have enough time. So what is a reasonable amount of time for people to be able to move? For you, yes.
Okay. The time limit for moving out is not today. I'm in today and out tomorrow.
Right.
For me, I can't speak for the next tenants, how long it will take them, but for me, it will take me a time. The next time, I don't want to leave out of the area where I live because I still do work as a crossing guard, and I need to get to my work on time. Other
Understood.
duties that I have to perform, it's in the same area. I
Okay,
don't
so
want
there's
to
a
go
preference
out
to remain in the same area. I
Yes.
understand that.
Yes.
But in terms of how much time, lead time, how much notification
Right.
time do you need to make it reasonable for you to relocate?
I can't leave out
2
by
months,
now
3
in
months?
September.
I'm sorry?
I can't leave out by now in September.
You can't move until September.
By now in September, I can't get out.
Okay. But
Yeah, I don't think we have a specific policy recommendation here. We're just saying, Edna mentioned where's the plan to rebuild, stuff like that.
Well, the plan to rebuild is to build as soon as possible. I mean, from the TCHC's perspective, we want to build as soon as possible, because if we have an unsafe situation and the funding is in place, then we want to move as quickly as possible.
But aren't they telling us that they don't have the funds? The government has not given
No, the funding,
funds
the
yet.
funding is in place to do these
Rebuild?
programs. Yeah, no, the money's in place to do that.
So why are they playing games with us?
Well, I don't think games are being played at all, but in any event, thank you for the answers.
I got this and last week, and it's the same thing they're telling us in here. that the fund is not available.
All right, again, thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. And again, ma'am, we're going to have some people from the Housing Corporation, and we'll ask them some questions in a few moments about consultation and moving times and all that. So you'll be here and you'll be able to hear those answers. Are there any other questions of these deputants? I will thank you all very much for being here today. And last, we have a new deputant that's put his name on the list. I didn't see him come in, but John Sewell is here. Mr. Sewell, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, sir. 5 minutes.
Someone who's been involved in 50 years in affordable housing in Toronto and trying to increase affordable housing in Toronto, I felt I really had to note this occasion. I know this is the end of a very long process of the city not managing to address its obligations of the properties that it owns. And I think we have to call it what it is. It's not about small questions, it's about the big issue that this is a major failure of the city's political leadership. To actually have properties in its control, it's been in its control for almost 20 years now, and in fact it can't manage to find the way to keep them in good repair, or alternatively to actually replace them before you demolish them. This is a major, major problem. I was up looking at the properties this morning. I encourage you all to do that. It reminds you of American cities in the late 1970s. That's the position in which we're in right now. It's really, really discouraging. And Mr. Mayor, I know you have your photograph taken in many, many places in the city. I can understand why you haven't gone and stood in front of these buildings and have your pictures taken. People would be disgusted. And I think what we've got to do, and I think the obligation that you have is to say, how do we turn this situation around so this never happens again in the city? I know that you're on the radio this morning, 1,000 units we're going to disappear this year. Sorry, no more units. This is wrong. The city's got to actually make some change. Yes, you talk about redevelopment, but note the fact that in Regent Park, you're actually producing less affordable units once the development's completed than were there before you started. Less on that site. So this is a council, I think that it's demonstrating pretty clearly, you don't care about increasing affordable housing or protecting the affordable housing that's there. I think that should change. If your money is there, I don't know why stuff hasn't been built. The city controls 110 public housing projects in the city. 110. All of them could be redeveloped. You want a place to build housing, you own the land right now. If you've got the money, why isn't it being done? And I think we've got to have a really change, and a big, serious change in what the city is doing. I think the city council has now established itself as the worst landlord in Toronto. That's not a good reputation to have. It's got to change. And I think what you have to do is start saying, so how do we redirect money into ensuring that the properties that we own are in good repair and that we're expanding the amount of affordable housing? I think they're the challenges you have today, not the small little challenges you've talked about. I think you should address the big challenge. And I must say, as somebody who's been involved for many years, I'm really, really discouraged to see that it's come to this, and we're going to get more of these things this year. That's the wrong way to go. I'd like to see leadership pushing us in fundamentally different directions, and that should come from this committee. Thank you very much.
If you could just stay there, of course, there's questions, and I'll start if I may. You are aware of the fact that the City of Toronto this year has a budget of $250 million of city-derived funds to make some of the repairs you're discussing, probably the largest amount that's ever been spent. Didn't know you were coming today. We could have gone back and looked at how much was spent when you had the privilege of serving in this office and being a member of council. But we're spending $250 million this year, in part because it wasn't spent in previous years. But you do know that's the number that's in the budget for this year.
And the point is
that's on top of $250 million last year.
It's clearly not enough. You've got to put more. If you really care about affordable housing, and there's no, and I'm not going to disagree, there's some that gets in such bad shape. I mean, we're dealing with the units here are public housing units, no question about that, built by the provincial government in the 70s. They were very badly done. I have no question about that. But in fact, you have to find some way of actually replacing them. And $250 million is clearly not enough.
Well, I'll just follow
and
up.
you can say, isn't it terrific, we're putting money in. Sorry, you're going the wrong way in affordable housing. We aren't increasing the stock, it's decreasing. That's the problem.
I'll just follow up, if I may, by asking whether you're aware of the advocacy exercised by a number of members of this council, including myself, to the other governments, and I think we're maybe seeing some fruit from the the federal government getting back into housing and the provincial government to help us with that on the basis that we can't expend $2.6 billion on repairs that are needed by ourselves.
I realize you can go out and you can beg money from them, and then when they don't give it, you can blame them. Spend your own money. You could redirect it from some of the things that it shouldn't be spent on, so that, in fact, we actually are ensuring that we're stabilizing our affordable housing stock.
Now, just to make sure, and I'm glad you've gone up to see the buildings, as I have, by the way, and I hope you'd want to make sure to correct the record on that, because when I went up there, among many times that I've been there, and one of the previous deputants, maybe when you weren't in the room, acknowledged that I'd been there for no particular occasion for their barbecue and so on. But one of the times I was there was actually to announce that we did have the funding, tens of millions of dollars, to make the repairs. I want to just make sure you understand the history of this as to why we're where we are today with these units, that we went up there with the money in hand from the City of Toronto to repair the very units we're talking about today. But then when they went to make the repairs and to do the plans to do the repairs, it was determined at that time these buildings had, in previous years, under previous administrations, fallen into such disrepair that they really couldn't be repaired. Do you know that history?
I understand that, and I understand this is the end of a long process of the city not addressing its obligations. I understand that. It's wrong. It's got to change.
Well, I think we all agree with that, and we're trying to change.
Well, I'd like to see the change. I'm not seeing it today.
No.
I'll be delighted if I do see it today.
What you're seeing today is the end, as you described, of
We're the end of a very bad, sad process.
Yes, in which a lot of people, didn't carry out their leadership responsibilities.
I want to tell you, if other landlords, private landlords, came in and had pictures of the buildings that are comparable to the ones that you're now talking about, you would be embarrassed. You'd say, that's shocking. Let's go after that landlord. That's the point. That's the point. We're on the wrong side on this issue, not on the right side. And there aren't any justifications for getting into this position, in my opinion.
You'll actually acknowledge that the reason we're here today is because we tried to repair the very buildings you're talking about with money in hand, and were told they couldn't be repaired. You will acknowledge.
I said that earlier. I understand that in some situations you're in a position where you're saying repair is not going to be worthwhile. We better build new units right away first to get those. That's not happening. What we've got is, well, we're going to be building units sometime in the future. You know, this goes on and on and on. Got to change.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have Councillor Carroll with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I put up my hand to ask the question, it was to clarify, because you had said a couple times redirect funds, and I wanted you to be more clear, and you have. You said spend your own money. So I want to ask if you would be a vocal supporter if that means spending more money, because one of our colleagues said on the radio the other day, we've never really asked the City of Toronto, do you want to help? Do you really want to help solve this situation? And the only way for us to really ask that is to put in our draft budget, you know what, we need to add 1% of property tax this year. Will give us $20 million. We can buy a couple of pieces of real estate so we can build before we have to evict and demolish. Would that be a way of, quote, spend our own money that you would vocally support?
No question, and I would. And in fact, the last time it happened in big terms was in 1946 when the voters approved the building of Regent Park. They said, we're putting our own money. There was no money from the federal or provincial government at that time when City Council said, will you spend the money? And 65% of the voters said, yes, we will. So there's no question. And I think there's a willingness in Toronto. I mean, my political experiences, people liked affordable housing. They were willing to support affordable housing. They were willing for the city to put money into it. I mean, that's how we got stuff like St. Lawrence and on and on and on.
Councillor Prutza.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you. I find myself agreeing with you, and to some degree, and
I like it.
And I find myself. I find myself agreeing to to a particular word you used, and that I sort of reflected on, the past 3 or 4 days, and how this is symptomatic or symbolic of a failure of the system, and a failure on behalf of all of us. I guess my question of you is this. You're familiar with Regent Park.
Very familiar.
Precisely. Do you believe that the density levels in Regent Park are sufficient enough for us to be able to, A, reproduce the affordable housing that's lost, and B, be able to create or generate enough of money to be able to not only rebuild, but build on top of our social housing stock that we lost there?
Well, in terms of Regent, I have a very long history in Regent, and I know when the redevelopment proposal came forward to council for approval, 2001, 2002, I in fact was down here opposing it because I did not think it was dense enough. The density, this is very simple. The density of Regent Park is about 65 units an acre. The density of St. Lawrence, which is now a successful development that's been there for 40 years, the density of St. Lawrence is 100 units an acre. So Regent could have been designed much more densely, about a third more dense, so you could have provided more units. I was arguing when in fact City Council was approving it that we shouldn't be actually reducing the number of affordable housing units. We should be increasing it by 50% from the 2,200 that was there before development started to more than 3,000 units. I thought there was good ways of doing it, so yeah. And I've written extensively about redeveloping public housing projects in Toronto. There are 110 of them. You own them. You own the land. There's terrific opportunities. I believe on average you can add 200 units on average to every project that's 20,000 units on your own land right now. Don't have to go out and buy a thing. And they will improve those public housing projects because most of them are, quite frankly, are really awful. That's the one thing we learned.
You're familiar with what we are sort of beginning to do up at oh gosh, the name now escapes me. Lawrence Heights, yes.
Yeah, I have some idea.
And let me ask you the same.
Lawrence Heights has a density, it's 100 acres, has a density now of 10 units an acre.
Okay, so let me ask you the question again. So when we look at rebuilds and we sort of talk a good talk around the notion of generating and creating new affordable units, but when it comes to the neighborhoods and how people react to those developments, do you believe that we can regenerate the affordable housing that you're going to displace at Lawrence Heights, and B, be able to generate enough money to be able to replace those units without the city going further and further into debt?
I certainly think you can get community support for redeveloping of most public housing projects. And I think that, in fact, much of the redevelopment can be funded by the city itself, not entirely. I agree there's going to be some kind of contribution that's needed. I have various ideas about how to get that in a way that other governments would be delighted to help out, and so forth. But it clearly, if the city decided that's what it's going to do, I think that in fact there'd be a lot of support. I've often made the point that we've had two major waves of creating affordable housing in Toronto. First was the public housing thing with Regent Park, where it was the city that on its own went ahead and said, we're going to do it, at which point the provincial and federal government said, oh, we want to give money too. But the city started. And the second wave was in 1973, when we said we're going to have an affordable housing program here in Toronto. The federal government had a program they'd had to adopt. Trudeau if you remember, in 1972, had a minority and had to go to David Lewis of the NDP, who said, I'll support you if you have an affordable housing program. And he put one there in paper, but it didn't mean anything until the city came along and said, we want to build affordable housing. We're willing to go ahead on our own, at which point the feds and the province both said, oh, we'll do it too. So if the city took the serious initiative, not the begging initiative, but the one that says, we want to do it, I believe that, in fact, there's ways that those governments would be willing to say, we want to do it too.
I do have another question, but I understand I'm going to be cut off.
Yeah, we got to move on, and thank you very much, Councillor Peruzza. We have next to Councillor DeGiorgio.
So just to make sure I understand correctly, when we're talking about redevelopment of Regent Park, you're saying the city can do it. Are you suggesting that the increase in density to 100 units an acre could have been done by the city and only the city? Forget about pairing up with private enterprise.
Oh, no, I happen to think that involving the private sector is a very smart thing to do. I don't like the way we did it in Region. I think it's wrong. It's a fundamentally different subject.
If engaging private enterprise is the smart thing to do.
Oh, of course you involve them.
Problem you run into when you maximize the replacement of affordable units, and then you've got market units right next door, there tends to be a reluctance, if the affordable housing component is overdense, for the market units to be actually sold.
I want to tell you, you should go and talk to Mitch Cohen. Mitch Cohen has actually been saying to City Home, why don't you put some of your affordable units in my condos? Why don't you buy them so you can do that? And the city said no. He's the guy. The developers actually said, we want to mix them together. That's what he did in St. Lawrence.
I would love to talk to him.
Well, talk to him. Phone him up. Mitch Cohen, he's Daniel's group. He'd be delighted to talk to you.
And I will.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. If you need the contact, let me know.
As a matter of fact,
pretty straightforward.
Daniel's doing a development in my area right now. Surprising they didn't come across with that option. What they did was
Well, unfortunately in Regent, we've taken the view that the lower income people live over here in these units, and the moderate and higher income live in these units. It's the wrong way to go. The right way to go is the way we did it in St. Lawrence, of mixing them all together.
Whether you put them in the same building or next door, the market units, the values that you need to attract for the market units are not as high, or won't be as high, and it doesn't make the project viable. It's that simple. That's the reality of the marketplace.
Phone Mitch Cohen.
I will.
Might change your mind.
I doubt it.
All right.
Yeah, that might be true too.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Nunziata was next.
Yes, just a question. You started off your deputation in criticizing the administration on the lack of funding to maintain our buildings. You are aware that when we amalgamated, that the province downloaded Metro Housing and all the housing stock to the city, and the condition of the buildings, whereas it is today, there was no money at all invested in the buildings prior to amalgamation. You are aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And that's why we are where we are today.
20 years later, sorry, I don't believe that. I believe it's a lack of the failure of leadership on the part of the city over the last 20 years. That's what I believe. I have no question there were some financial issues.
Well, when we amalgamated, our buildings, Metro Housing buildings, were the worst buildings, and we inherited those buildings.
I understand that. I understand that.
And nothing was done prior to that.
I understand there was a problem. I'm fully aware of it. You must remember, I was the chair of the board of the Metro Toronto Housing Authority during the 1980s. I'm fully aware of what those buildings are.
And those buildings were in worse shape. Thank you.
Oh, no question than that. No question. I'm not quarreling with that. I do not quarrel for 1 minute with that. Thank you.
Don't wait. There's more. We have Councillor Palacio, I think, had a question for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to have you here. I kind of agree to a point that the Toronto Community Housing happens to be not one of the best landlords in the country. I do agree with you from that perspective. But some of the key points that I would like to make in terms of questions to you is And this is a follow-up to Councillor Nunciara's question is, during the amalgamation, all the downloading that was done to the city in terms of Metro Toronto Community Housing, Ontario Housing, all the social projects that we had were downloaded without any capital funding,
Right.
any maintenance funding.
It was wrong.
By then, you may recall that we have even those Metro Toronto Community Housing limited buildings for seniors where you had, or we had, by then, even on-site support services and so on. But all of that was done without any funding to the city.
I understand. And I was strongly opposed to amalgamation,
Now,
you may remember.
You make some critical comments there in terms of the administration or perhaps previous administrations failing to do that. The question is, during the Miller administration, actually, there was a monumental amount of work to force, literally speaking, the province through auditing processes to figure out how much capital funding was needed for the state of good repair with the Toronto Community House. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Are you aware, Mr. Sewell, that through this administration, finally, the three levels of government have come together, finally to address the state of good repair that has been literally falling apart, and now things are falling together thanks to that extensive amount of work that's been done out there. Would you agree with that or not?
No.
Tell me why not?
Well, I mean,
because the funding is coming, the money is there, $250 million.
I love things that are coming in the future. They aren't going to be here right now. Just hold on. Wait a minute. You know, maybe we'll hear in 3 years. Maybe they're in 4 years. The point is that we know we've had problems with this housing since amalgamation. It's been 20 years. This is a long-term failure. And, you know, maybe you're moving ahead in little bits and pieces at the moment, but in fact, we aren't increasing the amount of affordable housing we've got. It's on the way down.
So what's the option? You are talking about making changes. If what the city is doing in a very proactive manner right now in terms of getting things together and actually building up, and that's the purpose of this debate. So you were talking about making changes. What kind of changes have to happen for that miracle to happen?
I think there has to be a real commitment on the part of City Council. It's going to be spending money, if it's their own money, on in fact increasing the amount of affordable housing, and make sure that that's happened so when we can see these units that are in desperate repair, we've replaced them before we actually demolish them.
Keep it is, talk is easy, or as they say, talk is cheap. Now, in terms of, you are proposing something. You are proposing changes, making changes. I want to hear those changes. You are deputing. You are telling us what needs to be done. I think we are doing our part in terms of knocking on doors to the other two levels and to ask them to come with the funding. Now, you tell us what kind of changes are you proposing that you bring to the table that will create that catalyst that we need?
Yeah.
Just tell me, please.
As I say, the very visible commitment to increase the amount of affordable housing and actually seeing it happen on the ground, which is not happening. Maybe it will happen, isn't happening right now. That's the problem.
Do you think that the private sector is going to come in to save the...
No, they won't. They can't afford to do it on their own. No question about that.
So do you think
I wouldn't doubt that for a moment. There are some very positive private developers out there who are worth listening to and talking to. I mean, the Mitch Cohen thing is just one example.
So do you think this is going to be built on the property tax base or by working in partnership with...
My argument would be if the property tax base is the only thing that we can get, then let's do it. And let's say maybe some of the other dubious things we spend money on, we aren't going to, we'd prefer to do it this way. And I think that, I mean, you know, I could get into a long thing about the strategy of actually building housing, you know, and again, going back to what we did in the 70s, where we built we were the largest builder of rental housing in Toronto. The City Home was at that point, you know, but I'm not going to do that now.
So, but you don't have any recommendations in terms of real changes that would make a difference that probably we're failing to grasp, because I can see a lot of work, a lot of good work is taking place. So I'm just asking you.
Last question.
Thank you.
Well, well, let me say it again. I think there has to be a demonstrable commitment that shows that on the ground, that shows the amount of affordable housing is increasing, not decreasing. And, that would be a good start. And then there's various ways to do that. I've pointed out the fact that the city owns an extraordinary amount of land scattered throughout the city, 110 public housing units, projects, all of which can be redeveloped for the betterment of the neighborhoods in which they are found. There's lots of land. There's no problem there. But we aren't seeing that kind of a thing. We're seeing a whole sector, this whole public housing sector just going downhill and downhill. And I'm here to just note the fact that this is a big thing that is happening. It shouldn't be happening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plasso. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Sewell. Mr. Sewell, it's always a pleasure to see you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Spent a lot of time Police Service Board. It's good to see you then.
In the good old days.
In the good old days, yes. So, Mr. Sewell, so I hear what you're saying is there's a requirement, ingredients, if you will, in terms of moving forward. Leadership is required. There's a money requirement.
Money too.
Commitment, obviously, to doing this, and also in terms of increasing the affordability. I just wanted to understand, so the leadership that the mayor is providing now, which I've been here now for 14 years, seems to be rather different from previous leadership on this particular file. There's a commitment from the mayor providing leadership. There is money that's being put forward, and albeit it may not be enough, but it's the scarce resources that we're dealing with and so on, as well as the need to add more affordable housing. So we've been doing that through Build Toronto. Build Toronto has been playing a role. I'm not sure if you're aware of that Build Toronto is adding. Now, not large numbers, but small numbers incrementally, and of course not to provide the required number. But I wanted to ask if there is some advice that could be offered to the mayor. I know you've spoken about a variety of things this morning based on the questions. His commitment and his leadership is not to be questioned based on what he's done in terms of partnering with or trying to partner with the two levels of government to make things happen. What additional advice would you offer? Well, Mr. Mayor, it's actually pretty noisy in here. I just want to make sure I can hear Mr. Sewell.
A buzz, ladies and gentlemen, not created by the hydro, so if you could just keep the conversations to a minimum. We have some questions going on from Councillor Thompson to Mr. Sewell, so thank you.
Obviously, we need much stronger leadership on it.
Okay.
I'm not quarreling. Yeah, there's been a bit of a turnaround from what we've had. Well, sorry, a significant turnaround from the Ford days, as an example. But I think the city has to show that it is serious about building more affordable housing, and that if it can't get the funding and support of the other levels of government, it's going to go ahead on its own with a number of projects. And it has to be a substantial program, not a small program.
Right.
And as I say, I believe that the place to start is redeveloping 110 public housing projects. I mean, that's an extraordinary opportunity. You don't need any more land or anything like that. You don't have to pay the interest on any land. You're going to get the support of neighbors who are not happy with public housing projects because of the way they're developed. There are good ways of redeveloping it. In a book I published in 1994, I showed 3 plans of how you redevelop 3 different kinds of public housing projects. So that's the kind of thing that I think is needed. I suspect you're going to need a fundamentally different board on the Toronto Community Housing Project that would show some interest in this.
Okay. And you talked about intensification on lands that are owned.
No question,
by the city.
intensification.
That should be done.
Not high-rise. I'm not a high-rise guy, but it's like St. Lawrence. Most St. Lawrence is 8 stories high. That's okay with me. And that's 100 units as opposed to Regent where they're 20, 25 stories and the density's not as big. So.
Right. And so, but I just want to make sure that you're saying the leadership is there. We have to enhance that a bit. I guess that's
going to have to ratchet it up a lot. We don't want to have situations like this.
Okay.
I don't want to have to come down and say we're destroying a bunch of stuff.
Right. Mr. Sewell, it's always a pleasure speaking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, we've got more. Why don't you come, sir? You remember. Councillor Fletcher was next.
Yes, good morning. I'd just like you to tell us a little, I'm over here, John, over here.
Over here. Over
there you are.
Not in the front row.
Okay, thank you very much.
Second row. Just tell us a little bit more about how St. Lawrence was developed. I've heard so much about St. Lawrence as an important model. You've just talked about 100 units per acre. I believe I heard that when I was listening. And that's quite phenomenal. Nobody's managed to reach that density yet. Can you give us...
So, okay, St. Lawrence. I mean, I think the point we got to remember about
How many
St. Lawrence
acres
is
was it?
that we started construction 1976. So the first buildings are now 40 years old. Most of the development is at least 30 years old. And I think everybody would say it is a success. If you can live in downtown Toronto and St. Lawrence, you're really happy. So this is not a housing project that's a failure. The city decided in 1974 that we would actually buy some abandoned land downtown. It's south of Front Street, from Yonge over to Parliament. It was totally abandoned, just it was really ugly land. And we said we're going to buy it and make it into a housing development. People thought we were, this is a bit odd. And then we had to go and the city, the federal government had these programs that had never been implemented that Trudeau had put in place to honor, his alliance with the NDP. And we went up. And the turning point, I think, was when David Crombie, as the mayor, decided he had to get the money out of Ottawa to actually fund the purchase of the lands. He phoned up Mayor Art Phillips in Vancouver, and they decided that, in fact, they would go up together because Art Phillips wanted to build the False Creek development in Vancouver. And they went up to the federal government and they said to the housing minister of the time, if you give us the mortgage money to actually purchase the land in St. Lawrence, we will not object when you give money to Jean Drapeau for the Olympics in 1976. That was the deal. We got the mortgage money to buy the land, and we proceeded. And at that point then, the feds and the province both said, this development looks really interesting, we want to be a part of it. But right? In terms of how we worked out the plan, we had a community. I've written a lot about this. In my most recent book, how we changed Toronto, I've got a whole chapter in the building of St. Lawrence.
I've read the book. Very good. Thank you for writing it. How many RGI versus market units are there? What's the ratio there?
What we said in St. Lawrence was a third of all the units in the rental buildings, whether it's a co-op or a non-profit or private rental, a third of them will be RGI. So in fact, all of those buildings, there's a real mixture of income groups, which I think has served St. Lawrence and the people who live there very, very well.
And was it City Home that did that, or the city directly?
Sorry.
City Home, was it there at
City Home was involved in it, but we also involved lots of nonprofits and lots of nonprofit cooperatives.
So it was the city's housing department that led?
We were just developing it. When we started St. Lawrence, we did not have a housing department. Sorry, we didn't. We had somebody in the mayor's office called Michael Dennis who knew a bit about housing, and that's how we began. It's a very, I think it shows the power of the initiative of the city. If the city decides it's going to take a good, strong stand to do something really innovative like affordable housing as we did, that in fact it can succeed, and the other governments, it's not a matter of going up and begging, they then want to buy in.
So that right now, the city is taking a big lead on transit planning to make sure that we're coming up to the moment. Are you suggesting that that's more a role for the city, the mayor and the city, than leaving it simply up to Toronto Community Housing, which is kind of our current model?
Yeah, if you guys went ahead and said, here are 3 projects we want to do, and we're going to go ahead with them. As an example, just 3 projects, of each of them 200 or 300 units apiece. I think that before you knew it, the other levels of government say, we want to be part of that. And that would be the start of a whole big program.
Currently, we're in a real estate review. We're amalgamating all of our real estate into one corporation. One of our lenses, do you think one of our lenses should really be making sure that we're saving acres or large number of acreage for these types of developments?
Sorry, you don't need that. You've got the public housing projects. As I say, there's 110 of them in Toronto. That's all public land right now. Start redeveloping those. You know, go to O'Connor Heights, you know, in Victoria Park there. What's that, 60 acres of land? Now developed at 10 units an acre? I mean...
And your premise, I'm hearing very clearly,
Final
is
question.
that, thank you, that the model of not of having a third of the housing that would be redeveloped as RGI or low end of market or high end.
Third or whatever.
That should be the model. It shouldn't be 200 units of RGI and across the street another 200 of market
correct.
units.
Mix
That's a
them- mix
poor
them all
model
together.
and it's not working and it hasn't worked.
I think you can also talk about low-income ownership housing. I think that many people who live in public housing now would be absolutely delighted to have the opportunity to buy a unit if they can afford it. You have to be very careful about how you arrange it, but I think that would be... I was all ready to try and sell that to the Harper government, but I couldn't get any support from City Council in 2001 for that kind of a proposal.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Fletcher, thank you. We have Councillor McMahon to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Sewell.
Thank you.
So you have much to critique us about. Do you have anything to compliment us about?
What am I going to compliment you about? In terms of this housing thing, I'm not.
There's not one.
This is a major failure over a long period of time of city leadership.
So
There's no compliments from me on the affordable housing file of Toronto City Council.
So you're not keen on the task force that was established? You're not impressed with that?
I'm not aware of a task force. I haven't been invited to be in any task force, no.
Or the
last one I was
first
invited
work?
to be on was Regent Park, and I resigned because I thought I don't want to get a heart attack. I'm so discouraged at what they're doing in Regent.
So you don't feel we're finally moving forward?
That's correct, I don't.
You don't. And you don't acknowledge that it's been 2 years into current administration's term and we are moving forward?
That's a bit of a start. You got to be much stronger, much tougher.
And what?
We don't want to be in these situations. Go up and look at those units for yourself. There's no way you can come away being proud of Toronto when you look at, I mean, I've got photos here if you want to see them.
Sure.
It's really discouraging.
And what worked best in your time when you were here?
Oh, well, we were building City Home. We were building an awful lot of affordable housing back then, and it's worked very, very well. What we didn't get to do, I'm sorry, is start to redevelop public housing. I tried to do that when I was the head of the Metro Housing Authority, but the minister stopped me, so that was a real pity. But we built a lot. The City Home stuff is really good stock. I think everybody would agree with that. It works very, very well. That's what we built in the 70s.
Thank you.
It's a golden age, I say. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. No, sorry, not done yet. You volunteered yourself.
Very
Pasternak.
quickly, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Sewell, for coming in. Based on the timeline in the staff report in front of us and the time you were mayor, the early deterioration of these buildings occurred on your watch, according to some. Would you agree with that?
Of the public housing units?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. You know, I was mayor 70, 79, and 80. I mean, these buildings had just been opened a year or two later. There's no question that
You had said earlier that they'd been built shabbily, so based on the life cycle, you said earlier in your deputation they had been built poorly. So in the life cycle,
We've since learned that. That's
correct. Started deteriorating under your watch.
Well, I don't think so, no.
Okay.
There's no question, you know, I was the chair of the Housing Authority in the mid-'80s. I was aware of the problems then, and I was trying to change them.
No, you're coming in here to lecture us, and I'm just...
Yep, I sure did.
You have a role in that, too.
Sure did.
Now, you've mentioned we should take the money from somewhere else. What social programs do you recommend we cut?
None of them. I wouldn't cut any social programs.
Earlier,
I'd take
you
it
had
from
said
other
we should
places.
take the money from something else.
Sorry?
Earlier in your deputation, you'd said we should take the money from something else. I'm wondering what social programs you recommend we cut.
I wouldn't cut any social programs, thank you very much. But I would, I mean, if you want me to be specific, you know, forget about the repair of the Gardiner Expressway, the eastern end of the Gardiner, and spend that money instead on fixing public housing units.
And finally,
There's a
we'll
real
wrap up.
simple
You've taken your message to the federal and provincial governments who also have a responsibility to help fund our housing stock. I'm sure you've been there as well.
Yeah, I'm talking here to Toronto City Council at the moment.
Thank you.
You know, I'll just, in thanking you, because I think that's the end of the questions, and you know, it's always good to have you here, as it is at the Police Services Board. But I will just say, first of all, it's fine to say you're here at Toronto City Council, but I would invite you and encourage you to lend your considerable voice and passion on this to speaking to the other governments, because even you this morning said a number of times the stuff that you're proud of, and justifiably so, and I've said that publicly, as you know, with regard to affordable housing done during your time, including St. Lawrence Market, would not have happened if it wasn't for the support from the other governments that you acknowledge as a result of the minority government and all the rest. And I encourage you respectfully, as a former mayor, to lend your voice to the fact we're trying right now, as we speak, and we have been for 2 years here, more than 2 years, before my time, to get money to allow us to magnify and multiply the efforts we're making, where we've invested $1 billion of city-derived funds, $1 billion in the last 3 years or 4 years in these repairs. But we need these other governments to partner, and your voice will carry some weight. I say that sincerely, and it would help if you went there too. It's fine you're here, but we need you there too to go and say the same things you said here. Thank you, sir. Okay, so then we get to questions of staff. So is Mr. Spurn going to come forward, among others, to help us with that? And I know our city staff is available too. I would just like to start, before we go to members outside of the committee, Mr. Spurn, because I think there were 4 or 5 things that were raised way back in our first deputations, and I think if we go through them in a methodical way, and I'll take 5 minutes, and I'm sure others will pick up where I leave off. First of all, on the matter of dates and urgency and reasonable time for people to move, could you address the fact that we had one deputant here, and they were referring to other people who find that the time frames that we've set out here are not reasonable for them to uproot themselves and move wherever it is they're moving to? I'll get to that next.
Sure. Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. The information that we've released to the community in written form has indicated that we expect this process of vacating the 108 units to take between 12 and 18 months. So we're at the very early stages of the conversation with tenants, and that's in part because we of course would not proceed without approval from our service manager and city council. So we've been consulting as best we can with our tenants to inform them of where we're headed in the event that city council does approve the recommendation that came from our first from TCHC staff to our board of directors, and then on to you. So we've communicated that the process will take some time. We've done what we consider to be a very fair process of selection of order in which you would be considered for relocation. So the next step from there is to meet with each family, one family at a time, to review their individual constraints and issues and do our best to accommodate them.
All right, I'll come back to that in my time, and others I'm sure will as well, because it was one of the themes that came out. But just on the matter of 12 to 18 months, we had a deputant who sat here this morning, so she was here in person, saying she has the impression that she has to be out of her home, you know, and relocated somewhere by September, which is 4 months from now, not 12 to 18 months. And I know that there's a few months that have run already. Why would she have that impression if, in fact, it's a process over time, and she feels she has to be out of her home by September? And I promised I would ask you about this.
First fundamental is that the reason we're here at all is because the buildings have been deemed unsafe. So the sooner that we can encourage people to move, the better we'll feel, and the better we will feel like we've undertaken our duty as a landlord. So that's the first part. The second part, and the reason that September might be high on people's minds, is because once, on the assumption that City Council is willing to support this recommendation, we would then, in accordance with our relocation plan, issue a formal notice to our tenants, which gives them 5 months in which to plan for relocating. September is coming up in a strong term because that's the beginning of the school year. So what we're doing is it's the other way around. We're anxious to work with families as best we can so that after school ends and before school starts, we can accomplish a relocation to suit their lifestyle. So if somebody needs longer, somebody will get longer.
All right, and that was the next area I wanted to pursue, and I'll get through some of these, and then others will pick up. It was talked about ping pong balls in a machine like at a bingo game, and this was the means by which people were selected to be relocated in some manner or other. And it was specifically mentioned what you just said, which is, well, wouldn't it be better to sit down with each family and go through their needs and how wedded they are to the schools, or in the case of more elderly people, how long they've been there. But you seem to imply you're doing that and trying to relocate people on that basis. Where did the ping pong balls come into this?
It comes into it in the sense that, and we learned this through the history of revitalization in Regent Park and the other communities, is that the one principle we always have to follow is to be absolutely transparent and absolutely fair with every tenant, because there started out to be a lot of suspicion that there would be ways that people could bump the line and get closer to the front of the line for choice of the best units. Sort of thing in other communities. So to prevent that, we've said, listen, we're going to be right out in the open about this, and we're going to be random about it, and each person will get the random number, and that is the choice. That's the timing in which they would have a choice to pick a unit to relocate to. That doesn't mean that we're abandoning the idea of meeting one family at a time. Quite the contrary. We start with the person who has number one and we talk to them. And at the same time, our team is always talking to the next few in the line too, to understand what their needs and priorities are.
So this will be my last question, but does that mean, for example, that people's school needs would be taken into account? And again, it was suggested by the trustee who was here that you had not consulted, you meaning the TCHC, with the school boards, and I don't know whether you want to comment on that. And does that mean something like school needs would be taken into account in your family by family analysis of this, almost regardless of what the ping pong balls determined? I mean, that almost determines the order of the meetings more so than anything, I guess. But do you take into account the school needs and the school tenure of those students who might be partway through school and better off to finish in that school?
Yes, and first let me say, with respect to Trustee Ford, who was deputing, we could have done better in communicating with the school board on this matter. I will say, though, in the context of Firgrove in particular, that when we start to relocate people, we have to first identify units where they can relocate to. And that's as I'm sure you can appreciate, a fluid situation where, as with any landlord, vacancies come and vacancies go. So when a vacancy is created, we will hold it for the ability to match with a family from Firgrove as a priority. So right now, we have enough units held that are in priority for the 108 families to relocate. About 45 of them are still in the school catchment area for Trustee Ford. So in terms of the number of students affected, that'll move around, and I would certainly expect and can undertake today that we will work very closely with Trustee Ford on how that number moves around.
And my time's up, and the Catholic School Board as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I think I had, as first outside the committee, Councillor Carroll. I have Councillor Thompson on the committee. Others, Councillor Fletcher is over there. Righto. Okay. And Councillor Nunziata. Okay. All right. Well, that gives us a good start. And so over to you, Councillor Carroll.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, because you've actually covered a lot of my questions. I thought I was going to have to split my time half between real estate and relocation. But it sounds like the relocation process is very much the revitalization process, the lottery and the fair treatment one-on-ones.
Well, it absolutely is. And the whole relocation plan, just as in revitalization, we go to a service manager and ask for service manager approval of what you know as the TRAPE, which is the relocation plan, and it's a mirror image of what we do in revitalization.
So in fact, perhaps a test, and I never thought of it before until this very moment in this way, but the test of how sensitive the relocation programs are each time we have to do this is really in the fact a fairly significant percentage choose the new home and stay there and don't come back when we do revitalizations. That speaks, doesn't it, to the fact that the efforts to make a good match of the relocation home is actually effective in a high percentage of cases.
It's thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, it is effective in different ways.
Yes.
In the sense that what we've found historically is that when we approach a family member to relocate, again, this is the one family at a time situation, we will find that particular family has relatives who live in another part of the city where we have units that are in proximity that they could relocate to. So they would naturally pick those units to be closer to family.
Right.
So at that, again, doing the matching for their circumstances is what we strive to do very, very hard. And the other aspect of it is as well is when as you said, when we do the matching and people move to a new community, they do get embedded in that community and they want to stay because the kids get used to it. They're in the schools for a couple of years and they develop friendships, and when it comes time for mom to say, do you want to move back? They say, no, we want to stay here.
Right. So now on to real estate. This is a difficult situation for you, of course, because it's neither a revite nor reset exactly. It's sort of an emergency. But can it be now tailored to what we first learned of in earlier reports as a reset program? It's not immediately attractive to the private sector, so you can do a full market value revitalization like Regent Park, or even in my own ward, the Villaways being close to a subway. It is going to be close to transit because Finch West is approved and funded and forecasted, and kids could walk to the Finch West line. So is this a situation where we could sort of, now that we're in this difficult position, try and realize some sort of partnership on this site so that we can both rebuild and up its value and use?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. What we plan to do is before the end of the year, we will bring a report to our Board of Directors on financial possibilities to rebuild. There is not funding available today to rebuild at Firgrove, but what we are in the midst of exploring is the possibility for, first of all, a private sector partnership, like a revitalization, a request for proposals in the standard process.
Right.
And secondly, the possibility of purpose-built rental through financial institutions who are interested in placing patient capital somewhere. So the idea would be very similar to revitalization, where we would look to double or triple the density on the site and have some purpose-built rental as well as the RGI replacement. So we're in the early stages of exploring both of those areas, and it is my intention to bring a report to our board before year end.
So one last question then. Is it possible, is there potential here where the Board of Management could then come back and work with Affordable Housing Office and others to possibly realize what former Mayor Sewell was talking about, the Crombie Park model of a third, so we could end up with purpose-built affordable rental, purpose-built market rental, and replace social housing units. Is it possible, given that it's in a future transit node, we might be able to do that through a tendering process?
Yes, it is a possibility and one avenue to look at. And if I could offer, since you raised the former Mayor Sewell's comments, for point of clarification, the zoned approved density for Regent Park today is 108 units per acre, very similar to his description down by the lake.
So perhaps we did enjoy his deputation and up the zoning from 68. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I had Councillor Fletcher next.
Thank you. Currently, there are 236 units at Firgrove, is that right? Yeah.
236 townhomes units, yes.
Are there any other units other than that?
There's a high-rise RGI building in the same community.
And how many?
To clarify that, Hugh, number of units in the high-rise in Firgrove.
I can find out, I don't know offhand.
Well, fine.
236 minus 382.
Okay, and just how many acres are we looking at up there?
It's about 9.
9 acres. So how many units per acre have you got currently?
I'd have to do the math on that one as well.
Is it not anywhere in the report how
It's
many
not.
acres? There's nothing in this report. Do you agree about the number of acres or the density currently on that site?
No, what we indicated in our report to our board, and I believe some of it may have been embedded in the city report, is that we want to come back with a proposal that deals with exactly those kinds of
I understand, but
opportunities.
none of that information is in here.
It's not.
Thank you. I guess I know you're aware that in 2008, Firgrove was identified as, or Grassway-Firgrove was identified as an area that needed to be fixed. and that those units are pretty well uninhabitable. In 2008, looking for a developer.
If through
In
you,
the
Mr.
first
Chair,
asset management.
I'm sorry?
In the first attempt at asset
I understand.
management.
As I understand, I was not with the company at the time, but as I understand it, in 2008, there were 13 sites identified that could possibly enjoy partnerships with the private sector. The market sounding was done at that time, and there was no interest from the private sector in this area.
Yes, but why was that one particularly put out for that market sounding, Mr. Spurn?
I was not here at the time, so all of the criteria I'm not familiar with.
You're unaware. Would you be surprised to know it was because of the state of the buildings at that location?
That's certainly been a criteria in our other revitalization, so no, I would not be surprised.
So you mentioned that you had to tell the service manager, et cetera. I understand that the service manager took a report to council that really it was the end of December 2016 when this became official that everyone would have to be relocated because there was a state of emergency in this housing. Am I right about that date that went through council?
Believe that flag was raised at that time, yes.
And when did you tell the tenants?
We had a meeting with the tenants in December and in February.
So prior to that, there'd been no discussion with them about the state of the buildings and the fact that there was a looming crisis and something had to be done so that there would be some changes at that site.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. There's actually been extensive consultation with the community before that on the reset program and the possibility of extensive repairs to the buildings and realignment of some of the building fronts and that sort of thing. So the community has been extraordinarily heavily engaged over the past year.
So they're now surprised to find out that they can't reset and they have to move and it's got to be redone.
Well, when we actually went through the process extensively of, as the mayor mentioned, we felt that the repairs would cost about the $28 million. We did actually procure a contractor to come in and begin doing the repairs. It was only then that we found that the structural integrity of the buildings was not there, because when we opened them up, they would not support the repairs necessary to the buildings. So at that time, we said, listen, these are beyond repair, we can't do it.
And you're aware in 2008 that that had already been identified, that they could not be repaired?
That specifically, no. I was not.
Well, there's no institutional memory or knowledge that's transferred over about this site that was unrepairable at that point?
I have no personal knowledge of that explicit fact.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Next, I had Councillor Nunziata.
A lot of my questions have been asked. So just on the two public meetings that were held, can you just explain a bit, like, I heard from one of the tenants that people were angry at the meeting. So can you just tell me what happened at those meetings and what information what response did you get from the tenants?
I personally did not attend the meetings, but it was reported to me that there, of course, this happens with revitalization. People get quite anxious. It's their homes. And the last thing we want to do is close a home.
Right.
So to introduce this topic to any community is going to be very, very disruptive and an awful thing to do. So it does not surprise me that there would be people upset.
So have you started relocating and working with some of the tenants on
No, we have just, all we have done is there are 134 units affected by what's before you today.
Right.
26 of them are vacant, and that's because people have moved. We just have not put new tenants in those units yet.
Right.
So what we've done is we've moved the process along as far as we could without until we could have approval from City Council to move forward. And that sort of line stopped with when we did the random drawing for order of picking for the new for a relocation home. And so we're now stopped the process, and once in the hopes that City Council will approve this out of necessity, not out of choice, necessity because of the safety risk to our tenants, that we can then begin the process of what we call voluntary moves. It's people that there are a number of people there who have identified to us that they want to move tomorrow if they could. So in the context of the fairness order, we will start that process.
So we have then for the remainder units to relocate these tenants, do we have vacancies in other buildings?
What we've been doing.
To accommodate them? What if we don't?
If we don't, and we have yet to face that with a revitalization, but if we don't, it's my expectation we'll be having a conversation with our service manager about rent supplements to the private sector, where we would go to the private sector and secure some units for use by our tenants.
So you can do that within that community as well. So we won't have to relocate some of the tenants outside the community if they want to remain.
That's certainly an option. What I've been unable to say today to all 108 tenants that you can stay in the community, because today there isn't enough vacant units in the community, but that changes with time, as I said earlier. So currently, of the homes that we have that can be used for relocation, 45 of them are within the school catchment area that Trustee Ford was concerned about. But that will certainly change over the next 12 to 18 months.
So any of these other buildings where we're going to relocate some of these tenants, are there, is there a waiting, like is there a priority list? So would we be bumping other tenants that have been in line for a long time for housing by relocating them in other parts of the city?
By holding vacant units for this purpose to move people around, and when you look at the cascade effect, once 108 families are relocated and 108 units are knocked down, yes, that means there are 108 units that didn't get satisfied by the wait list or other priority. That's a reality of what we're facing. And again, the last thing we want to do is close a home, but it's...
No, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. That's all the members of council. Did Councillor Pritzer, were you? You okay? Fine. Yes, please. Okay.
Just a couple of very quick questions. With respect to demolition, are you subject, like every other person, like the private sector, do you have to apply for a demolition permit at some point later on?
Absolutely. Yes, we do.
Okay, so when you do apply for the demolition permit, you are going to have, have done some thinking around how the site is going to be restored and what types of amenities will take the place of the 2 blocks and so on and so forth, right?
Yes.
Or have you done that already? Have you thought about that?
We've gone to the early stages of that, but we don't have a complete plan yet for submission. We are looking at saving the pool that's on site. And as to what actual landscaping occurs on the footprints of the buildings, we're still working on that. That would be part of our submission.
Okay. And do the blocks have basements?
They don't, no.
So they're at grade?
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you say earlier on that you would be prepared to take one further look at how you might be able to accommodate people's needs, i.e. the families that are being relocated and some of their particular needs, with a particular view to sort of trying to keep the kids who want to stay in the local schools in the neighborhood that they want to stay in and in the schools that they want to stay in, right?
I didn't quite mean to say it that way if you heard it that way. What I meant to say was that the order in which people can pick a unit from the list of available units to move to, that process is complete. But we're still at the very, very early stages. So we will, the next step is that we sit down with everyone on the list, one family at a time, to map out their needs and to help match their needs as best we can, either in relocation or in staying in the community. So it's a kind of it's an iterative process that moves around a bit.
Okay, I'm glad you cleared that up. So I guess my next question would be, when you look at the other, sort of social housing or the rest of your portfolio in this area, how many other units, more or less, are empty, and how because they're not livable or habitable, and how many units do you expect you're going to have in the very near future in that area? that are going to be in very difficult situation, similar to these ones?
I can't.
I guess I'm thinking of Shoreham, I'm thinking of Yorkwoods, Ganravine, I'm thinking of Driftwood, I'm thinking of, Tobermory, 4400 Jane, sort of similar housing that was built around the same time.
I can't speak specifically to the immediate neighborhood. What I can say is that we currently today have about 400 units that are boarded up. And I can say, in a predictive way, not in an explicit way to say that unit there might be closed, but in a predictive way that about the same number of units may likely fail this year just because of their dilapidated condition.
Okay. And I guess my last question, and I asked the question of Mr. Sewell as well. You look at Regent Park, you look at Lawrence Heights. You said that Regent Park, the density level is around 120 units to the acre. I look at Jane Street, and where we have high-density development similar to this one, it's 60 units to the acre. Now, I'm thinking Jane Finch, 60 units to the acre, Regent Park rebuild, not in 1971 or 72 or 73. I'm thinking Regent Park rebuild in 2016, and downtown on major transit lines, and it's only double the density. So my question of you is, and I want to move away from Regent Park for a second, but up to Lawrence Heights, what's the density level there that you've gotten approved and that you're currently working towards achieving?
There is currently, we're only currently proceeding with phase one, which is.
So what would be the density level across phase one?
I'm going to say it's about 50 units per acre.
Right. So 50 units. So in 1970 at Jane and Finch, we built to the tune of 60 units per acre, 1971, 72, 73. And in 2016, on a subway line at Lawrence Heights, we're going back to 50 units per acre. And you think that with those numbers, we can actually rebuild our social housing stock and actually make it work?
We can't.
And it's not a criticism of you, by the way. I understand there's a big political process of which we've all been a part of to some degree.
We are building in Lawrence Heights in compliance with the secondary plan that's been approved by City Council.
No, I understand that.
So for clarity, Regent Park is 108 units per acre.
108, okay. I thought it was 120. Even worse, yeah, okay.
That was the last question. Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. I have next to ask questions, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. By the way, thank you for the work that you do, sir. Appreciate it. And
thank you
very much. You brought my favorite member of your team, Mr. Carter, here, so it's very good to see him.
Thank you. Our team will appreciate that.
No, yes, no, thank you. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about the whole process of relocation and so on. When the Regent Park housing development was going through its change and relocations took place, people were placed in varying parts of the city and so on. We actually saw a spike in crime activities because what actually happened was that members who had conflicts with one another in certain areas were actually put in areas where their, I guess, opponents were or people they had the conflicts were living in the same building. I had the experience in 1021 Birchmount and some other areas. I'm just wondering, in the process that you've actually put in place now to relocate, have you looked at that particular piece as an issue?
Yes, we absolutely do that. In fact, Rivertown was our first revitalization, not Regent Park. And what we did find was that there were.
Well, I'm just saying Regent Park because that's the experience I had from
the people
from Regent Park.
And as you know, that changes with time as well as the various factions dispute with each other. We've learned a good, strong lesson from those early days. So when we are looking at relocating families, we look for the patterns of where there are challenges. And for privacy reasons, I really can't say how many in the 108 units, but there are a few.
And so your process, does that include consultation with the police in terms of garnering information? How do you determine whether or not there is a faction here, that's a faction there, that's in conflict? How do you gather that information if, in fact, you don't consult with the police?
Well, in terms of the northwest quadrant of the city, there's some long-standing disagreements between communities that we already know about. It's common knowledge with both our community safety unit and with the Toronto Police Service. So we're sensitive to that and just do our best to not create a problem by putting somebody where they shouldn't go.
Fantastic. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and be brief. So, Greg, we have this $250 million for the 2017 put aside for repairs. And I heard you say that you're coming forward with a plan to show how we're going to finance the actual reconstruction of those units that are being planned. Correct? You're coming forward with a plan. And is the built form going to be the same? Just to address Councillor Peruzza's point.
No, we would come forward with a plan to increase the density significantly on the site.
Okay. And with a funding source as well, right?
We wouldn't bring it forward without one.
Okay. That's my first question. The other question I have relates to the rent geared to income. My understanding, it was within the TCHC units, 90% was the rent geared to income component.
Yes, our service level requirement is that of our 58,500 units, 90% of them need to be rent geared to income.
Okay, so if we're looking to revitalize and replace existing units, are we still caught within that having 90% of the units within a given building, notwithstanding that it's a revitalization, has to be rent geared to income?
Not by specific building. It's within the portfolio, and it's not. The percentage is coincident with the number of units we have. The service level is about 52,400 units must be maintained as rent geared to income. And so as long as we maintain that service level across the portfolio, then we are in compliance with our requirements to the service manager.
So there's no requirement to increase the number of units as we go through revitalization?
There is none, although if we had funding, I'd prefer to build more to add to the stock, as the former mayor said.
Okay, and then to address, or at least to comment on the previous deputant, John Sewell's deputation, he basically said we should strive for replacement buildings where we focus on 30% rent geared to income as the ideal kind of component. So is that doable within the overall scheme of things?
If the question is within one building, can we do this? I would say we're in the industry is in the early stages of proving that can work in today's day and age. So I would say that on the face of it, if an RFP were to be issued to the private sector with that requirement in place, there would be a reduced value to the real estate that we would realize.
So Daniels was involved in the Regent Park project. Did they in fact strive towards that kind of? Because Mr. Sewell commented on Daniels in particular actually advocating that kind of a thing. Did we actually get buildings of that nature at Regent Park?
We did not get buildings of that nature in Regent. I do understand, though, that Daniels has done some other buildings in other parts of the city that are starting to do that mix. We are, in fact, doing the same thing in Alexandra Park, where 6 of the condominiums in one of the buildings built by our partner are being hived off and will be run by a cooperative.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeGiorgio. And Mr. Spurn, are there other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? Pardon me, no? All right. Okay. Well, then, on that note, we will thank you, Mr. Spurn, for answering questions. And we will move to speakers. And we won't obviously get through speakers, I don't think, before lunch. We have 10 minutes. What we could do, because we do have this Indigenous ceremony, we have 2 matters that can be sort of quick items that we can deal with maybe before lunch, and we wouldn't start with speakers. Yes, that's one. One is, you'll recall Councillor Palacio raised earlier on in the meeting the notion of a joint meeting of Public Works and Infrastructure, Licensing and Standards Committee to deal with the patio issue. And it requires a motion to add new business, to have that put on here, and then we can deal with it later on at the end of the meeting. But for now, we would just need a motion to add, in which Councillor Palacio has moved. We add this as a new business item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Secondly, I think Councillor Pasternak, this could be constituted as a quick release, and the item was to do with the Buy America thing. It was pardon me? Oh, we have a deputy. Well, we could do that. We can deal with that, because then I think after that it can be dealt with. Is Mr. Glavich still here? Yes? Yes? Yeah, it's really about, this is really about them, I guess, is it? I don't know. I just, sometimes I have to restrain myself in terms of things that I... Well, you go right ahead. I'll give you the floor, Councillor Carroll. If it's let's put it this way: if it's impossible for people to be here this afternoon who would have been among the first speakers anyway, then I'm quite happy to have them speak. It's 5 minutes each, and so we can get 2 in before lunch, if that's the wish. I just thought we could do the other. So, will you want to be on that speakers list? I haven't started. Actually, Councillor Carroll had put her name on it first, so you would be second. All right, then why don't the two of you have your speeches, and we will deal with these other matters after lunch. Councillor Carroll, it's your turn to speak.
Okay. I'm assuming that the people who come want to hear what the voting members of the committee, not just me, but whatevs. So, but in case they do have to leave, Mr. Mayor, this is very difficult. Hearing one of the residents early on, and I understand the heartbreak, but I also understand the relocation process. For members who may be stressed about it if they haven't had it happen in their area, they've certainly watched other colleagues go through it. With each revitalization, with many of the early stages of what we're undergoing now with repair, there have had to be relocations. And so I know that we're over 1,000. I'm not a member of the committee, but I hope that someone will ask that we actually know how many people have been relocated from Don Mount to now when we look at this item in council. Because I think it's important to note, I'm not sure why I'm speaking, because people are not really listening anyway. Mr. Mayor, I'm having trouble hearing myself, so I'm questioning the wisdom of this. In any case, well over 1,000 people have been relocated from Don Mount to all the way to Villaways and Allenbury in my own area. It is important to note that the process endeavors to be so sensitive to the various personal circumstances that, in fact, many people don't return to the former home. They actually find their way into the communities in their new homes, and for various reasons, be it Mr. Spearn gave the example of finding themselves now closer to family supports. I know of a resident who was moved from my area all the way out to Eppringham, and it was like moving to Mars, but it was closer to Scarborough Centennial College. She returned to her home, but returned a nurse. Because as a single mom, suddenly finding yourself that close to the campus made it possible for her to be a nurse. And so she returned to the home, but only temporarily, and paying, of course, the market value until they could settle into what they are now in, full market value, non-TCHC housing. So there are ways of relocation really kickstarting major changes in a family's lives. There are also struggles, and there's no question about that. But I do have faith in the lottery and one-on-one interview process. It can sometimes be very difficult for both the tenant and staff, but I assure you that I've witnessed every effort being taken. There are currently over 200 of the families in my ward waiting for their new units to be built in Allenbury Gardens and the Villaways. But some of them have already indicated, I'm not coming back. I visited one of the tenants in Bay Mills, and she's not coming back. She loves her new home. So on to the real estate. There's a little bit of regret here as I look at the map, because as you look at the map, you'll find that if we were still looking at the full map of transit city lines, this would be some of the most valuable real estate in town to be looking at purpose-built new rental on, because it would be at that amazing hub of the Jane Line and the Finch West Line. Be that as it may, the Finch West Line is this term of council's full intention, and as are the other two orders of government intending to build that line. So it is still valuable land. There is a possibility here, but I asked my questions because I don't think we are anymore worlds away from what former Mayor Sewell has asked us to consider. We were a few years ago, but I don't think we are worlds away from the Crombie Park type of model. It is possible through various programs and with the more receptive federal government in terms of looking at working with municipalities on their housing. There is the possibility to look at affordable rental in this model, along with RGI and along with some new rental. New purpose-built rental, even if it's at market value, would be a boon to this neighborhood. But affordable rental with the right assistance is actually profitable for a private developer. So to tender this out in a model that's not at all unlike Crombie Park is a reasonable proposition, but it's going to have to begin with the painful process of relocation. And I just hope that Edna and others know that we don't take that lightly. But I have witnessed, I'm just a councillor, I'm not a member of that board of directors of TCHC, but I have witnessed that they don't take it lightly, and their treatment of the families in my ward in the difficult process of relocation could be lauded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. And Councillor Prutzer, we'll move right to you. And if you're on time, which we will make sure you are, we will adjourn
Thank you.
precisely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I guess the operative word today, and it's just bouncing around in my head over and over again, it's really, this is a colossal failure on the part of all of us. But not a failure that started yesterday, or not a failure that started 20 years ago, but a failure that started right from the get-go. This housing was almost built to fail. I remember when this housing was first built, I was a teenager some years later delivering pizza to it, and I couldn't help but look at that and say, look how run down this is. It was just built a few short years ago. And, the Metro Toronto Housing Authority at that time, which was the provincial government, basically abandoned it from the get-go. Sure, lots of developers, they walked off with all the money and the architects and the rest of it, and they built these great big colossal projects that won lots of awards, but they failed right from the get-go. Not only did they fail in terms of their in terms of how they were built, this is only 40 years where, housing, we're taking it down that was built 40 years ago. In the life of housing, that's almost nothing. But set up to fail socially. You have developments built up and down this stretch of street, Jane Street and Driftwood and so on. Townhouse complexes, isolated from everybody, non-accessible by cars or anything else. People don't have a street address. You call for a pizza, they don't know where to go. You can't get a pizza to your door. You have to go out to the street to pick it up. They got awards for that. Absolute failure. In the early 90s, I was elected member of the legislature for Downsview. Very first piece of advice I got, hanging out one night late in my office, I was a parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Revenue. The deputy minister found out that I was there. It was dark. He meandered down the hallway, and as he was looking out onto Bay Street, he gave me his first piece of advice. He says, you guys are in the perfect position to deal with housing. It's the albatross around the province's neck. 1990. Well, yeah, a few short years later, you had Mike Harris come along. Yeah, he got rid of the albatross around the province's neck because they had abandoned it. Housing had been left abandoned. Mr. Spearn talked about, well, you got 134 units here. But I can tell you there's lots more units coming from that local area that you're going to be decommissioning. You're going to be saying these are not habitable because they're not going to stay up. And to rebuild is going to be $250,000. To fix, it's $300,000 plus. You do the math. And everybody's going to sit around and say, well, geez, you know, you can't keep that car on the road. Time for the scrapyard. Nobody's going to disagree with that. But you're not going to find a way to rebuild social housing by doing what you're doing. Here, and here's where I diverge with Mr. Sewell in terms of the failure. Here's where we are directly responsible for the failure, where we take ownership. You can't do Lawrence Park, which was 40 units to the acre, say we're going to rebuild it at 50 and hope to replace the social housing unit by unit, size by size, and hope to in any way, shape, or form pay for that without going bust. It's not possible. You can't do Regent Park that way. Sure, everybody can go off and kind of like pat themselves on the back and say, oh man, look at this wonderful job we're doing. But you ain't going to do it that way. And that's where we fail. And you, sir, and us, and this council, you know, each and every mayor before us and each and every council before us has prided itself in moving the yardsticks around social issues forward. Are we the ones that are going to be left with the legacy of actually moving those yardsticks backwards?
Chance.
We better not be. But you ain't going to do it by doing phase one of Lawrence Park at 40 units to the acre. Brings me to one of my last points on this one here. I think that Mr. Spearn had said that he wants to get it right. I think that we as a council need to figure out a way to get it right. I don't think the 5 months is the way to do it. I don't think Regent Park was you know, people were moved out of Regent Park in 5 months. I don't think that that same thing was done in Lawrence Park. I don't think that we can do that here either.
All right, that's
So a bit of a pause and trying to get this right, I think would be welcome on behalf of everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words to you this morning.
We will reconvene at 1:30.
Moral of the story, don't vote conservative.
Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Well, not quite. I'm going to say, members, we have quorum. However, in the absence of the deputy mayor, you will need to elect a chair. Yeah. 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 The mayor's just going to be late, and the deputy mayor's sick. Unless the deputy mayor magically appears, in which case it's fine. Okay, Burnside. I may have to do a quorum, like I may have to do a roll call if we don't get enough members too, because we still need 7. 2. Nope, no, any session. We've given notice to the public that the meeting starts at a specific time, and so we have a 15-minute window. Our bigger challenge is we may not. Yeah, they're probably all participating in the thing outside. He's not coming back. Yeah. Yeah, no, he said he had to be out in the ward for 2 o'clock. The deputy mayor is sick. I'm not sure what council bylaw is. Get on the microphone again.
Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Members of the Executive Committee. Members of the Executive Committee, there is quorum, and the meeting can resume. However, neither the mayor nor the deputy mayor are here, and as a result, you'll need to elect a chair temporarily from amongst your members.
I volunteer Frank.
May I please have a motion to nominate a... Thank you, Councillor Thompson. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Thank you.
I'm just wondering if I should see that motion. I don't know if that was just temporary or permanent. I just need to clarify that. Okay. Okay, so the mayor will be coming back in about 20 minutes or so. Just want to let you know, depending on where we are in speaking, if we get to the end and he's not back, I'm just going to hold the item down because he does want to speak to it, of course. So we're doing speakers. On item 8, we are now, we've done the outside speakers. Are there any other outside speakers? Seeing none. Let's go to inside committee member speakers. Councillor Thompson is the first councillor to speak.
Yeah, so 24-8, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that this is always a very difficult and contentious issue as it relates to housing. And I know clearly if we had enough resources, we would be able to invest and develop and build more affordable housing for our residents. And it's an important piece of socialization in that people have to have a place to live and a place to develop, grow their families and be able to get home at the end of the day after work or just to enjoy themselves. And I think the Toronto Community Housing is always, in my view, in a very difficult situation. And I'm surprised that more of the staff are not like gray-haired because of the stress and the issues that they have to face. And so I certainly commend them for their work. And the difficulty in terms of displacing people and trying to find other location for them, as well as the challenges associated with some of the problematic conflicts that people tend to find themselves in. And I note the question that I asked Mr. Spearn regarding how the Toronto Community Housing will locate residents to other areas, because when the Regent Park redevelopment took place, we found that there were a number of challenges and issues relating to different groups with conflicts being placed in the same areas. And so that was problematic for us. I mean, for example, we had a situation where we had fires were set at doors. We had other conflicts. There were some gun plays that we were made aware of. There were some knife activities that we were made aware of. There were some mothers who were very afraid of their sons going out because now we had moved people in from the downtown area who had been in conflict with their own sons. And we got those calls. And I recognize it's a situation where Toronto Community Housing is trying to find accommodation suitably for the residents and so on. And so what we have in front of us is obviously a decision that had to be made because of the deterioration of these particular properties and so on. And it's certainly no fault of the staff. We've heard from Mr. Sewell, who was here today, that this matter dates back a long period of time. And so we get that, and we've heard as well that we should drop everything and invest. We get that as well. We've heard about leadership. I think that there is a tremendous amount of leadership on this particular issue. I think the mayor is providing terrific leadership on this because he recognizes the importance, and he's trying to ensure that the other levels of government are also cooperating and working to help, because it's a very difficult situation in terms of trying to absorb or put the entire cost of developing more affordable housing on the residential property tax, it's a very difficult situation for any decision makers, ourselves and the public as a whole, just to simply absorb that. And I think that's where the additional helps of the other governments are extremely important. And so I'm happy that we're moving forward. I know that Ms. Ford, who was here today, had indicated that there wasn't sufficient communication and notification to the school board. I heard Mr. Spirin said that he was going to ensure that change, and I think that's a good sign, and I think it's a matter of informing those who are making decisions as to maybe some of the deficiencies that exist. I think that's an appropriate way to respond to this. So I'm obviously supporting the recommendations, and for the record, I haven't visited the units, but I've heard from folks. I've received at least 2 phone calls about it. There were some issues around how they were being placed and so on, and the relocation. But I'm comfortable with what's been presented to me. And Mr. Chair, I did make a comment earlier. I thank Neil Carter and the team. The experience we've had in my community, and I can only speak to my area, has been exceptional with respect to the staff from TCHC, what they do and how they do it and when they respond. There have been a number of unique requests that we've actually made, and they have been accommodated in order to, shall I say, keep the peace and ensure that everyone is able to enjoy their own accommodation and so on. So I just wanted to reiterate the fact that they are doing a terrific job with a difficult situation, and I support the intentions of the recommendations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I have Councillor DiGiorgio to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try and be brief. I think we want to make sure that we keep in mind that the situation that's before us today is kind of a crisis situation. It's become very evident that the particular units in question are not safe, and we have to act swiftly. Either act swiftly or be deemed to be not exercising due care. And so we need to take a look at what we're doing in that context. The other thing is it's very difficult to compare it to Regent Park, compare it to Lawrence Heights. We're talking about, excuse me, an isolated revitalization project as opposed to a wider sort of community project. And typically when you develop something like Lawrence Heights, excuse me, it's not done overnight like this project is going to be done. It's not going to be done all at once. It has to be done over a phased sort of process. As a matter of fact, it should be done over a 4 or 5 phase project. And any private developer that is engaged to participate in a 5-phase project is not going to proceed to phase 2 until the market demonstrates that he can sort of sell the units that he's going to be putting up to finance the replacement of the affordable house units. So there are a lot of factors that need to be taken into consideration. At the end of the day, when you complete phase 5, it could be that the density is very well at 120 units an acre, but it won't be in phase 1, or it may not be in phase 1. I think what I heard Greg Spurn say that phase 1 we're looking at 50 units per acre. But it doesn't mean that that's what it's going to be like at the end of phase 5. And so you need to take those things into consideration. Again, coming back to the critical project that's before us, we need to proceed as quickly as possible. We need to trust that, in fact, all proper processes will be followed to give the residents that are going to be dislocated or relocated all of the latitude that is necessary. And I certainly get the impression that TCHC staff is doing everything to make the relocation both viable and acceptable to the people that ultimately be relocated. So I really believe that, and unless someone has not moved the thing, I'm prepared to move the recommendations of the report and hopefully get the support of everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no question in my mind that the Toronto Community Housing has been, and I'm putting in the past right now, the worst landlord in the country, and I think that's something that we all experience and I think most members of council, we have our own experience all across the city of what it means and what we have to deal with almost on a daily basis. Actually, today I just came from my office getting a number of complaints from Toronto Community Housing Developments that in my area, that there are some problems there. So it's, and this is a classical example, these 236 units that are before us in terms of the worst state of good repair that had to be taken down, and with all this structural, where the structural integrity of the townhomes are compromised and continue to seriously and not only continue to be degraded, but are deteriorating and much faster than what we can think of. And what's happening across the city actually is something actually that Councilor Perusa mentioned. Here we have these 236 units. Now, probably we're going to have many more because that's exactly what's happening. We don't pay close attention to it. So, and this is the point of no return, where empty units are being just, that there's so much needed, for God's sakes. And we have thousands and thousands of vacant units that nothing is happening. And with over 90,000 families who are in the waiting list as well. So it's listening to former Mayor Sewell and his deputation, he's pointing the finger to the administration. And, but in terms of fairness, I think what needs to happen, what we have to understand, and people have to understand out there, is that the housing crisis started as soon as the province, and that's when Mike Harris was there, downloaded all the social housing onto the city without proper capital funding and also maintenance. And that was a total disservice to the city of Toronto. And we all know what we inherited. And actually, thanks to the action that City Council took back in 2005 or 2006, is to have an auditing of all the Toronto community housing projects across the city. We were able at least to come with a number in terms of what was needed for the state of good repair, which was over $250 million, that the province at least was able to cover some of the expenses. And one of the problems, some of the good things that are happening actually, is with the Auditor General. When he came forward and he looked at the number of inconsistencies within the Toronto community housing, especially with the HSI companies. And you may all remember what happened there, and those 81 recommendations, I'm not even sure if those recommendations have been implemented. Is a good thing is what the task force that was created by Mayor Tory with Senator Art Eggleton as the chair. Those are good things that are happening. Good things that are happening is the $250 million in capital investments that we are putting every year, but people are not talking about that. And I think what we need is not only to promote the good things that are happening, but also to point the finger where the problem is. There is nothing wrong, my friends, to put the finger where the problem is, as long as we also stand up and say, this is the solution, and this is how we are going collectively, we're going to work to make sure that things get done properly for the benefit. Otherwise, we are digging the hole deeper and deeper if we don't have the courage to stand up and to know that. And my final point is to Toronto Community Housing staff, and I can see Nick Carter is around here. Thank you for the good work that you do as a liaison for members of council, and you're doing an excellent job. And I'll be seeing you next week with another complaint. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Council. Any other speakers? I have nothing on the list. Seeing none, why don't we're just going to hold this down until the mayor gets back. He does want to speak to this. Okay, we'll go on to the next item, delegated item, EX 24.10, Open Data Master Plan Update Report. We have two speakers. Richard Pietro is first.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I held item number 15. I can release that. I have my questions and concerns answered by staff.
Is everybody good with number 15, providing property tax exemptions for the new affordable rental homes at 257 Dundas? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, do we have Richard Pietro? Welcome, Richard. You've been here before, so 5 minutes.
Hi, so yes, my name is Richard Pietro. I'm the organizer of the Open Toronto Meetup Group, and within that is the Toronto Open Data Book Club. And I'm here to say something that you guys probably don't hear too often, which is thank you. Last year, a little over a year ago, myself and my colleagues in open government and open data came here and painted a pretty bleak picture about open government and open data in the city. So much so that I was actually almost ready to leave Toronto and move elsewhere because I felt my efforts were hitting a dead end. And I want to say thank you to Councillor Ainsley, to Mayor Tory for really sort of supporting the movements and making the changes come around, because I've seen a measurable difference in the behavior, particularly from the City of Toronto's IT department, Rob Miko, Len Nguyen, others as well that have been hired, Denis Carr, Jessica Reyes, Faisal Hussein, who have shown themselves to be extraordinarily approachable when it comes to open government, open data, and co-creating their master plan for the open data. And like I said, I'm just really happy that I'm seeing movement now. And I think personally, I would love to see what the City of Toronto's IT department is doing with other departments. So lastly, one more time, because I don't think you hear it enough, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Thank you for Mayor Tory, who's not here. Thank you for the Executive Committee, and thank you for the City of Toronto's IT department. There's a lot more work to be done, but thank you for embracing open government and open data.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Mark Richardson. Welcome. Again, you'll have 5 minutes.
Councillors, just following up on some of the things that Richard had to say, going back to first principles, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. And this one seems to be particularly important. The plural of anecdote is not data. We seem to make a lot of policy based on what we hear from people in line at Tim Hortons, and even Tim Hortons doesn't do that. Tim Hortons in 2014 said that leveraging technology and data analytics is an essential component of our new strategic plan. Also in 2014, Mayor Tory's campaign said the city is sitting on heaps of data that are not available to the public. Cutting-edge analytical techniques exist to help cities capitalize on opportunities to increase everything from public safety to service delivery. Unfortunately, the city has not kept pace. Toronto has only 10% of the open data sets available compared to New York City. We should work to double the available data each year for the next 10 years. That was the mayor's platform in 2014. In 2014, you had 175 data sets. So in 2015, you should have had 350 data sets. In 2016, that should have been 700 data sets. And this year, you should be targeting 1,400 data sets. Where are you right now? You're at 236. Almost a year ago, we were here. In May 2016, you had 213 data sets, which means in almost 11 months, you have released 23 data sets, less than one data set per week. That's not doubling the data sets every year for the next 10 years. So did you double your data sets in 2015? No, you did not. Did you double them in 2016? No, you did not. Do you have anything in the current plan that is before you right now to double your data sets in 2017 or 2018? No. What you have is committee after committee, association after association, forming groups and task forces to try and determine the fastest way to solve these problems. The fastest way to solve these problems is to solve these problems. Innovation does not happen around a meeting room. Innovation happens when you innovate. So the approval date on the Toronto Open Data Policy was in 2011. It was effective in January 2012. Right now, you've got 236 data sets. It's April 2017, so it's been over 5 years. You're releasing less than one data set per week. And in your current plan right now, you're not even looking at setting specific targets and deadlines until October of this year. So my advice is go big or go home. You've got two great data sets that are sitting out there waiting to be released to the public. One of them is all of your transactions from open data for parking, for Green P, every meter, every parking lot in the city. The other one is the water system. You've got 1 billion rows of water meter data that could be released in an anonymized format and be consumed by the open data community. So my specific advice, and this is for Mr. Meikle and his team, is you need to spend money. If you're serious about this, if the mayor is serious about this in his platform, the same way he was about subways and property taxes, you need to spend money. Last year when we were here, we talked to Councillor Thompson about tapping into economic development money as some kind of catch-up fund for open data so that all the divisions can tap into it. You've got money coming in from Bloomberg right now for the innovation project. I know there's a lot of hands trying to reach into that pool, but maybe we can take just the U.S. exchange on the Bloomberg money to try and catch up on open data. And try and set a standard. Each division has until December 31st, 2017, that is 7 months from now, to release 2 high-value data sets per division. These are exactly the same recommendations that we made to you last year. But you also need to move and empower the open data team. Where they sit right now in the CIO's shop, they don't really have any power. They have no carrot, they have no stick to make other departments do stuff. You have a city manager's office, you're hiring a new chief transformation officer, you're going to have the Bloomberg innovation team. Put those people in a place where they have some power and have a carrot and a stick to use with city staff and agencies.
I have to wrap up.
To say this is not optional. And enforce the use of one portal. We've been talking with Councillor Carroll and some of the people on the Police Services Board, and they have been trying to set up their own standalone data, open data site.
Thank you.
Police services, everybody should be on one site.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll take it. Oh, 2 more. Sorry, I didn't see that. Chris Moore is next. Oh, you had a question. Councillor Ainsley did have questions.
Yeah. Sorry, Mark, can you just explain a little bit about, so you had the slide decks about Green P and Toronto Water.
Yeah.
And I've looked at other jurisdictions where they have the same amount of data, in particular around water meters.
Yep.
And they've had issues about privacy concerns about the data and how it's released, and because we each have our own individual, we have a meter in each home.
You have a meter in each home, but privacy does not belong at the household level, it belongs at the individual level. For example, with the Green P, you can release the Green P information without releasing license plate or credit card information. You can still give the public access to every individual transaction that goes through Green P without the personal identifiers. On the water data, you could aggregate it like we've talked about at the police department at a wider geographic zone. So at a postal code level or a census level or something like that that makes sense within the organization.
Right. And then the last point that you talked about, one central open data portal. It's more efficient if everybody's on one data portal?
It's more
Right now we
efficient
have
because the public, it's one-stop shopping. It also holds everybody equally accountable. And to a degree, it also stops what I'd call open washing of the data, where people say we're open, which is sort of what the Toronto Police Service has been doing, where they're releasing data, but what they're releasing is their own aggregated maps, own aggregated information, rather than letting the baseline data sets out to the public. And even though they're separate departments, you are able to enforce that requirement, right? I mean, when the province wanted you guys to take the Presto card, you didn't want to take the Presto card, but the province said, if you want gas tax money, you're taking the Presto card. I would turn around to some of these departments and agencies and say, if you want budget this year, you're signing on to the open data portal. It's not about asking nicely anymore. You're years and years behind what New York, Chicago, everybody else is doing.
Okay, and sorry, just to follow up on that, there was recently a survey that was put out, or they did a review of all the open data portals. We're actually, I think, one of the leading municipalities in Canada.
This is the only time you compare yourself to Moose Jaw. Every other time you're talking about New York, Chicago, London, but all of a sudden when we're talking about open data, it's like we're better than Swift Current. Set your market a little bit higher.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pruitt, so you have the question?
I'm just curious, like.
I know.
So you make available parking data, like.
Michael.
And so what would you use parking data for? Like, what would you do with that?
Are we pricing parking appropriately in the city and all of the regions? Are there parking lots that the city owns right now that would be better divested of because we're losing money on them every year? Particularly surface parking along transit routes. There's a lot of opportunities around parking to actually measure where traffic is when people say, oh, you can't remove parking or you can't change parking hours in this neighborhood because to improve the flow of transit, say along King Street, if we actually had all the data from the parking meters along King Street, we could say this is how many individual transactions take place during a business day on King Street.
Okay, and water, like, just curious, like what?
City.
Would you come here and tell us about water that would be useful?
City of Chicago had an example with the water system, and what they found is a much more efficient way of tracking leaks. Your IT team are good people. They don't have all the tools and all the toys that opening that data up and letting universities and other research centers hack away at that data can often find things where you're literally paying to clean and treat water that you're just pumping into the ground rather than getting it to somebody's tap.
I'm just curious. So you'd come here and you say, okay, listen, you took out, I don't know, 100 liters of water out of the lake. You build 70 liters worth of water at the meter. Somewhere in that process, you lost 30 liters of water. So you'd come here and tell us that.
Correct. So you have intervals along the way where you're measuring water flow, and you may find that a particular street or a particular neighborhood has a much higher leakage rate that isn't lining up with the individual meters that are in that neighborhood. So it's not making its way to the tap.
Okay. And how many, is it just a question of, in your view, because I don't know, I haven't really thought about this very extensively, but in your view, is it just something that the city could just turn over with its current sort of employee base, or would you need like additional people to sort of develop that technology to sort of make that information available to the public, to the...
You're probably best not to make them full-time employees because the full-time hiring process is somewhat cumbersome within the City of Toronto and doesn't always result in the best and brightest landing in the role.
Well, you mentioned New York. So what did it cost New York, for example, to make more of that type of information available? I don't know, you put it on a website or something, right?
Yeah, so the Mayor Bloomberg in 2012, 2013, around there, implemented the Geek Squad, which was, I think, 4 staff directly within the mayor's office, and then they interacted with everybody else. I think they had an initial budget that was sort of carved out of the executive budget, but certainly you could, like the suggestion last year was that you looked at putting about $500,000 a year into this.
So there would be a cost, and you would have to implement a geek squad of sorts to do this, right?
Which is aligned with the Bloomberg innovation money that you already have.
I got it. So again, sort of New York. can you point to any tangible change in policy that resulted, and what the either savings or efficiencies that were found out of that change in policy by that information that was made available by the Geek Squad?
So the two best ones are probably the sewer system in New York. They put all of their restaurant inspections and other information up there, and they found the restaurants that were most likely to dump grease into the sewer system, creates these things called greasebergs that plug up the sewer system, are very expensive for the city to get rid of. The other one would be fire and building inspection data was aligned together, and they actually found a way to lower the number of arsons
Let me just try to understand that a little bit better. So the city made that information available. Now all of a sudden they were able to figure out which restaurants had the deep fryers and were doing French fries or something, and they were the ones that and the city didn't know that before.
The city knew that, but it was in different stacks. Part of open data is not just opening the data up to the public, it's opening the data up between the silos that already exist within your organization. Your building department has some information, your water department has some information, your fire department has some information, and nobody shares it well within the current framework.
Thank you,
and you're missing opportunities.
Thank you, Councillor.
We should encourage more breakfast
Thank you,
meetings amongst
Councillor
the different departments.
Do you have questions? Okay, Councillor Shiner.
What other parking corporations share their data?
The New York City does, but they're not a corporation. They're not spun off exactly the same way you are. It's on-street park. Anything that they have with their meter parking. So if it spits out
Our meter parking is also the operation of parking lots.
Yeah.
And the data of the parking authority is their parking lots, their structures, it's everywhere. It's not just the on-street parking.
Yeah, so you can, because you've got identifiers on those meters, you can choose which ones you want to release first in which iterations, but there's really no reason not to be releasing open data around your parking within the City of Toronto.
Well, what you told me is you'd be able to identify where there's a need for parking. You'd be able to identify where there might be competition against your own lot and against your own facility, and then you're dealing with data in some cases, which would be data based on a corporation's need, which is earning a profit for the city, and you wouldn't want to lose that.
Yeah, but the City of Toronto's parking authority sometimes makes capital expenditures that don't always make sense when it looks at on-street parking.
You have facts to that.
You bought $5 million worth of real estate on Danforth and Broadview in the last 2 years to turn into surface parking when developers were turned down.
And what's it worth now?
It's worth more than what you're making on the parking lot.
And it's probably worth an awful lot more of just the income from the value and the appreciation of the property, so it might actually be a very good investment.
It'd be worth even more as an 8-story condo.
Might not be. The land would be worth that value now. If you knew land value, it's worth the value of the land under an 8-story condo now, and the city made that as a capital profit. So we probably did pretty well buying that $5 million worth of land along Danforth Avenue.
Only if you intend to sell it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of this deputant? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your patience and your dedication to this. I just want to know what you think of the proposed phases coming out, like the time.
I think they're all too slow, and if I see, these are the magic words I often see. I see request, report back in 6 months, determine the feasibility of. That's not the language of innovation and transformation. That's the language of process over progress. You need to pick some easy wins, early wins, put some money into them wherever that money comes from, and try and meet the mayor's goal. The mayor said he was looking to try and double the data sets every year for the next 10 years. You've not done that. You've barely done 10% of that. And you're 2.25 years in now?
So you're looking for do versus the other curves.
In the words of Elvis, a little less conversation, a little more action, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. The next deputy is Derek Moran here. I saw him earlier. I don't know if he's here right now. Oh, Derek. Chris Moore, I'm sorry. You're right. Chris Moore, then Derek Moran. That's
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Moore, and I was the former CIO at the City of Edmonton, one of those cities on the list of cities that you compare yourselves to. One thing that I would say is that as much as I worked in the fifth largest city in the country, not the first largest city, I do know that city government is complex, and some of the things that you're trying to do with releasing information is complex and not easy. So I'm passionate about open data, and that's why I'm here. Just wanted to talk a bit about why things were successful in Edmonton. We had a couple of things that were important to us. One was political sponsorship, and that was in the form of Don Iveson, who's now the mayor. Executive oversight, we had our senior leadership team fully engaged. Community engagement on two levels, one internal and external, and then execution leadership, which was my responsibility. The interesting thing, and I see in your report that you're going to spend some time internally, I think that's really important. The thing that I learned when we were doing open data in between 2010 and 14 was that as much as we had to focus on the outside world and all the stakeholders, we should have started internally, because it was those people, when we started sharing data, that they found it valuable having access to each other department's data. And so I think what you're doing there makes a lot of sense, and it was definitely a lesson learned for me. What I would say too is that this whole initiative is not just about data. One of the things that we tried to figure out in Edmonton was what's the difference between open data and open government, and they're kind of one and the same thing. But I'd encourage you, if you haven't seen the City of Edmonton, they actually created about a year after I left an open city strategy, which includes open data, open access, open analytics, open science, as well as the partnership work that they had with the University of Alberta around machine learning. I also noticed that you've got in your report your visualization work, which I think is really important, and I hope you do get that done for the end of the year. One of the things that I used to say to my team was Edmontonians, so in our case Torontonians, they're not sitting at home saying, I wish I had more data. They're sitting at home saying, I wish I knew when this thing was happening or that thing was happening. There's a small group of people that get data, but when you can visualize that information, it's going to be much more useful for citizens. And I think for yourselves, too, to understand the value and why you're investing time and money. You referenced the Open Data Charter in your report. I would challenge you and hope that in your master plan, you'll be adopting the International Open Data Charter, which the City of Edmonton has done as well. You talk about intergovernmental relations, as we all do in government, learnings from other cities and the feds and the province. I'm going to assume that because the province has a new chief digital officer, I think she's on her third day, and the federal government has a new CIO, I think he's on his third week, that you're probably connecting with those people and talking not just about learnings, but talking about partnerships. I don't have to remind you, you're the largest city in the country, so I know you do things for yourself and your citizens, but the other cities around the country also look to you for leadership. Partnerships, I said, are important. I'll tell you what I told the Police Services Board last year, and that is you need to have courage. Courage to figure out which information should be released, to release the information. And probably the people that need courage might be the people watching the video feed in the different business units and departments saying, oh, I hope they don't release my data because of this or that. And so, as you all know, and I don't have to tell you, that releasing data, releasing information just adds to the accountability and transparency. I've had the opportunity to talk, believe it or not, about open data, open government accountability in places like China and Moscow. And if they are interested in those things and they have a completely different form of government, then we should be hyper interested about those things and making waves. So you've got a lot of work to do over the next few months. I will, as long as I'm in the country, I'll definitely be back on October 24th and look at your report beforehand and comment on it as well. And in your report, you talk about the Public Sector Digest, their work, and they've rated you number 2. Edmonton's number 1. Nothing against Edmonton, but I think Toronto could challenge them for that position. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, so you're, in the index, you're quite a jump ahead of Toronto, first in open data cities in Canada. So I'm wondering, did you get there by setting your sights on comparing yourself to Swift Current, or did you actually look at cities outside of Canada and set goals that way?
Great question. Our city manager at the time when I was there, Simon Farbrother, always said if we only compared ourselves to Canadian cities, all we would be is the best Canadian city. So we absolutely did compare ourselves internationally, and I was fortunate enough to be on a number of executive committees and councils and e-government globally. And I know that you're probably doing some similar things or have done some similar things. And I could have brought examples from Barcelona and all kinds of other places, but I think, the focus is you've got a plan, drive it out, get some things done, and provide clarity, mostly I think internally, for how you move forward and increase the accountability and transparency.
Right, right. So when I was first trying to understand what the heck Councillor Ainsley was talking about when this began, I just pulled it up again here. Data.gov, which is pretty American focused, was where I went to understand it. And mostly, it really wows you with the number of apps that are created. But in pretty big cities. So I'm wondering if you see those kinds of generators, is it generating that kind of innovation? People are creating apps and businesses out of it? Or is the biggest impact really that use of each other's data and the breaking down of silos just in your municipality?
I would say the biggest impact and opportunity is internal.
Yeah.
And to use it as a means to help the organization transform. The external stuff is important, and in 2010, we were the first city that had an apps competition. We did all those things, connected with the software development community. That's important because they're always going to be there knocking on the door. But the biggest learning for me was that if you can share information publicly, it means you can share it internally, and then it just makes it easier for people to do their work when they can get other departments.
So using the data and being able to put together like the grease trap and sewer data sets example is a great one. Comparing those types of data, those are things that you're not going to glean out of a breakfast meeting between the two general managers. Is it also safe to say you're going to get closer to what you need that route than even our usual route, which is hiring a consultant to tell us what's going on inside our own organization?
So if you just freed up information internally and put the bright minds internally to it, they would come up with things that they've probably been for years wanting to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you. Last is Derek Moran.
I'm already at 10 seconds?
I suggest you start speaking.
But I didn't...
You started when you put your item up and we started reading it.
All right, I guess that's the way it works. I just want to say this open data master plan is a great idea that is in keeping with one of your election promises you made when you were campaigning to be Mayor Tory. This is the very beginning of the code of conduct you came up with. It mentions making City Hall more functional means making sure council is accountable and working for you. Toronto's elected officials work and answer to you, the citizens, not the other way around. It also went on to say the code pledges to run an open government, emphasizing the basic democratic requirement for having elected officials answer questions publicly. And by the way, the definition for accountable in Black's Law 9th edition dictionary is responsible and answerable. And part of the definition for answer in Black's 9th is to respond to a question. And having an open data master plan will help to do just that. And as I mentioned at the Toronto Police Services Board a while back, the first definition given for data, if you look it up in the Dictionary of Canadian Law by Duclos, is one simple word: facts. So in keeping with the whole open data, open by default, standard, open, accountable, transparent, build public trust initiative the City of Toronto has decided to adopt, I just wanted to add my own contribution to the festivities here today. Barring any objections, and pursuant to Section 26 of this country's Constitution, the UK-Canada Act 1982, I claim the right and/or freedom to ask questions of my public servants, if not trustees of mine, and to have those questions answered fully and truthfully at all public meetings held here at Toronto City Hall and/or Toronto Police Services headquarters from now on. Now, there's somebody else who's really a big keener out there about open data, and somebody named Bianca Wiley. And I came across a tweet that she had made where she was quoting, I guess, the city clerk, head city clerk you guys have here, Yulie Watkis. And I guess the gist of it was Yulie Watkis said that open government is a little bit more than just releasing data sets. Because your colleague, Mayor Tory, your colleague, Mayor Bonnie Crombie out at Mississauga, absolutely reviles this one guy named Kevin J. Johnson. And I was watching video one time of him asking questions at Mississauga City Hall. And I found it curious that, well, look at that, Mayor Bonnie Crombie is taking questions from him. And then it occurred to me, wait a second, they get to ask questions at Mississauga City Hall? And then it occurred to me that I've seen another video of the mayor, I don't know if you've ever met her, Nathalie Simon of the city of Châteauguay, Quebec, where she was going back and forth with one of Scott Duncan's Simu Jones. I know it's a long story, but I don't understand French, but this young lady was asking questions of Mayor Nathalie Simon and seemed like she was providing answers or talking back and forth. And it just occurred to me, like, why is it that those city halls allow people to ask questions of their public servants and not here? Because during the ward boundary item at Executive Committee a few months ago, you even mentioned yourself, Mayor Tory, that this place is broken. And this is one of the ways that this place is broken. Like, there's absolutely, well, you know from the Toronto Police Services Board, Councillor Carroll was there, I usually kibitz around with Chair Pringle a bit, but a few months ago, there was one meeting where we kind of got into it together. And the last thing I said to Chair Annie Pringle was, just to be clear, on the public record, nowhere does it say that you can't ask questions here. And I don't know if you both remember his response was just simply, okay. So it seems that Chair Andy Pringle, Chair of the Toronto Police Services Board, understands that nowhere does it say we can't ask questions here or the Toronto Police Services Board. And my question to all of you is, do you all understand that? And I don't have any really tangible questions of a material fact right now, but I just, barring any objections, going once, going twice.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Your 5 minutes is up.
3 times.
Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. We have no more deputations. We'll take it into committee. Are there questions of staff? Outside councillors, questions of staff? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, so just to reflect the deputants, I know that the master plan here is very carefully laid out here. It's almost like a Gantt chart of what can happen now. But I'm wondering if staff want the opportunity to comment on the deputants' call that we should do more and more quickly. Why is it proposed the way it's proposed, and why not more and more quickly?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So just a couple of quick comments on the deputant's desire and request for more open data sets. Definitely, our goal and our objective is to support an open and transparent government utilizing open data. We have different, in terms of goals and objectives. First of all, we want to focus on making sure that we're releasing quality data. So that's one of the criteria that we also consider. And then the reality is we also have across our various divisions, competing priorities too, in terms of divisions and just working with trying to manage the various pressures that are out there. But we fully support leveraging open data to foster innovation, engage the community, look for opportunities to really solve civic problems. We've had some recent case studies where that was applied through really through the leadership of even members of council and mayor's office in terms of looking at our recreation data, utilizing open data as a way of doing some analytics to solve some problems. So we're fully committed. We're looking at putting together a plan that is achievable and realistic within the current priorities, and definitely in terms of comparing ourselves to other international cities, we do that too. We sit on not only local but national and international bodies to make sure that we're examining what we're doing and how we can do it better, and taking a look at our various platforms and how we can accelerate it. It's a great season to be able to have support from this committee and various members of council to help us drive that out, and that's what this plan reflects.
Okay, so two questions, if I have time for two, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm nervous when you say quality data. We also hear that when we're talking about open data over at the police board. Quality data doesn't mean data washed. Is it? It will still be nice, raw, open data, but anonymized? Is that what you mean by quality data?
It is, through the chair, yes, that's correct. We're not looking to change the data, but we also, one of the key things is sustainability, right? In terms of the ability to extract and publish the data, depending on the source where it's coming from, some require more work than others. So we want to make sure we can do that in a repeatable manner, consistently over a long term.
Okay, and lastly, my other question, Mr. Chair, is about this issue of the use of it internally. That seems to be growing. And the initial argument was do this because there are so many people out there, startups, who will use this data to develop interesting applications of data and save us work. There are about 13 different apps of New York City transit info. You can get an app that's just how to get around my neighborhood, and they've done it using the open data. So that sort of started us on this journey. But this internal piece is part of the master plan going to, as a division releases their sets, are they also getting some training in how they might utilize the data across the board? Something that helps them do a needs assessment. What do you need, and is there a way this data will help you get there?
Through the chair, the short answer is yes. That's why we've established an open data committee, which has representation across various divisions to keep that dialogue going.
Right.
In addition to our various business intelligence and data analytics programs that we have at the city, but that's another forum that we can keep that dialogue to make sure that we can do that effectively. So it's a great idea to focus on internal too.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Carroll, any other questions? Seeing none, we will go to speakers. Councillor Ainsley, you have questions or are you speaking? Oh, I did. I said we're bringing it into committee and I didn't say anything, but I'll go back and let you ask questions. No problem.
I did vote for you as chair.
That's true. I'll give you a little over 5 minutes. Sorry. In the report, so one of the things that we keep coming across is this, I guess internally, is the fear of the unknown, or staff worrying about how open data will be used. How are we working at dealing with that fear?
Thanks for the question through the chair. We're working through that through education. We're working through that through tangible examples of where it's worked to further operational service objectives, and really talking about areas where it's produced tangible outcomes. So we want to continue the dialogue and really looking for those cases where it's really helped divisions, and we feel that by increasing, formalizing a little bit more of the governance and sharing some of the success stories, that we will continue to make progress in that area.
Okay. And then I had some questions about the report that the progressor you wrote, and I really appreciate, there's a lot of information here, and I think it's all very well laid out. I just wanted to ask about, so
on the first page, it talks about engaging internal and external stakeholders. In future renditions of this progress report, could we get a list attached in an appendix of those stakeholders?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, yes.
And then on the same page, I also wanted to ask about, so there's 4 guiding principles that are mentioned in the one paragraph, and then further down, their bullet point. I was just wondering if, for greater clarity, next time, can we get those 4 principles maybe highlighted like bold, so they stand out?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask about, because this came up in questioning of some of the deputants, about our current data sets and where we stand with the Canadian Open Cities Index. In the future, could we get some type of comparative of where we stand to other large cities around the world that are using data sets? I guess in particular, New York often gets mentioned, Chicago. Is that possible?
Again, through the chair, yes, it is, and thank you for that great suggestion, too.
Okay. And then, and I know that you mentioned we have an open data committee, and I was a little, so there's different references in the report. There's a data governance committee. There's a reference to an open data team. Is that all one and the same?
Through the chair, no, it's not all one and the same. If I may maybe bring some clarity to that. We have an open data committee, which includes leaders across the organization that will help drive out the open data master plan. We also have an open data team. An open data team is more of the hands-on how we get the data sets published on our portal. So they do a lot of the hands-on work in terms of the process and the technology. And then we also have something that spans, it's greater than open data, it's data governance. So data is an asset for the City of Toronto. So making sure that we understand what data we have within the organization, who's the owner of that data, how we're managing that, and looking for opportunities to integrate it, whether it's through open data or across our various systems. So that would be the data governance to help us establish those particular standards.
Okay, and then my last question, Mayor Tory. I just wanted, could you explain, Mr. Meikle, in page 7, down at the bottom, you talk about, or it talks about in the report about the open data site, and then there's going to be an open data visualization portal launch expected at the end of the year. Is there a difference between those two?
Through the chair, yes, there is. The open data visualization, it's the ability to view the data, let's call it in a more user-friendly manner.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions of staff? All right, let's move to speakers then. Are there people that are not members of the committee wishing to speak first? Okay, then we'll go.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Councillor Carroll, yeah.
Yes. I'm not a member, so I can't move a motion, but there's a little bit of a mention in the report about the interaction between departments, and that there will be a committee. But I think that going forward, that government management, which is sitting right here beside me, may want to look at that capacity building piece, really targeting how do we, once we've created this, that it isn't just there for enterprising young millennials to make apps out of, but that in fact, we really want our own staff to start turning their mind to what data projects can we use where we're taking a set from another silo and pairing it with what's on the data sets from our own division can lead us to a new conclusion. One that doesn't take $1 million consultant to come and tell us, but it's right there in our own sets. But I firmly believe, you know, we've taken a while to grapple with this, and we really we challenge our staff every day, do more with less, do more with less. And so initially they might say, I don't have time for this. But if the end result is it helps us prove to ourselves what our next initiative should be, we may need to invest in that capacity building through training, et cetera. It may be a thing we want to further enhance in the master plan going forward, so that to the best of our ability, we are at least using our own data sets in an inspiring way. That in and of itself, when we announce this is what we found when we compared our data, will actually lead to more innovation in the private sector through the use of our data. So I'm hoping that in further government management updates, that's a question that's always asked. How much are we building that capacity in our own staff?
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Others wishing to speak who are not members of the committee? Okay, turning to the committee itself. Members of the committee wishing to speak? Yep. Councillor Ainsley. I'm so delighted to see you back this afternoon. And I'll even say a bit surprised, but having said it, I'm delighted. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. He's cutting into my time, too. Thank you, Mayor. So I have a motion that I would like to move. It's in 4 parts, if I can have it on the screen. And just to speak to the motion, Mayor Tory, so the first part talks about, so we do have an open data team. We've recently hired a we have a chief information officer. We've recently hired a chief transformation officer that's about to start work. And this is about the city manager, the chief information officer, chief transformation officer talking about how we could internally move our open data work forward. The second one talks about how we can use open data and what we can do with it, and engaging the general manager of economic and development. We have 45 divisions in this city, as was said in the early deputation, and you can see on the city's open data portal, we've launched 23 data sets in the past year. I think we can do a lot better on that. The last one speaks to the one deputant's remarks about the green P parking information and the e-water metering data, releasing that as data sets. And I can speak to the concern just from my own example of the water meter usage. We had a meter in my ward, a water main that broke in my ward, burst. The water ran down the street for a week. Constant calls to the water department, had staff claiming there was no issues at that site at all. I ended up sending a video. They had no idea. And it was a lot of water that was going down the street. It was hot July. Kids were actually using it for a pond to play in. And the last part, it's just about requesting the appropriate staff to look at a single data portal. And as you, once again, from my own experience, I've been to the police department, Toronto Hydro, Toronto Public Library. They each have their own open data portal sets, and it creates a lot of confusion. Staff don't understand what the issue is. There's a lack of information even from one portal to another. I want to thank staff for this progress report. We've done excellent. We're far in the lead of many municipalities in Canada, but when you compare to what's happening in municipalities not only in the United States but around the world and how they're using open data, I think we have a long way to go, but I think we're certainly making great leaps and strides. I want to thank the deputants for coming in this afternoon for their presentations, and I hope you'll support these motions and this report as a whole. Thank you.
Yes, question mover, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. So, big fan of open data. I guess my concerns are you're very aware of the city's fiscal challenges. So why are you suggesting, I'm reading into your motions that you're looking at, adding staff. And I'm not sure why every time we just look at new programs, why we have to necessarily add staff or add funds, given that there's, we have lots of FTEs in every division. We already have a division that's handling technology. So why are you proposing, what I'm reading into it, again, maybe I'm not right in reading into it, but you're actually saying we should be adding staff and adding budget dollars to this. That could be something that would be done internally, just handled internally.
He actually said it's been added already.
Sorry, which part, Councillor Robinson? You're talking about the second part?
I'm asking you a question about your first point, your third line, appropriate staffing levels, and I'm wondering if I'm reading into it correctly in saying that you're looking at adding staff.
No. So the first part, we have an open data team. It's currently in the CIO's office.
Right.
We're just in the midst of hiring a chief transformation officer.
Yep.
We're looking at hiring a chief digital officer as well. So I think they all need to have a discussion about the appropriate place for that overall view of how we use open data and move it forward.
So I'm aware of all that, but so my question is to review the appropriate staffing levels. When I read that, my impression is that you're looking at adding staff, new complement of staff.
No, my intention's not to add staff. Maybe I could have worded it better. I guess when I say appropriate staffing level, I'm saying where's the appropriate place for the open data team to be working out of? Is it in the CIO's office where they're currently located? Should it be with the chief digital officer when they're hired, or with the chief transformation officer who I believe we just hired?
Okay, so I'd happily support this motion if you adapted the wording, modified it to say to review the appropriate staffing structure and left out the word levels, because the word levels indicates to me that it goes up.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'd like to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. That was a question of the mover. Are there any other questions of the mover? Otherwise, back to speakers list for this matter. I want to just make, I guess Councillor Shannon, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor Tory, I have some difficulty with the direction that this appears to be going with, and I appreciate Councillor Robinson's questions. I think if you're going to look at our open data, we should actually be looking at our IT divisions, the structure within them, because each division has their own IT department. And this looks, in my perspective, of creating another department to get the information from the departments that are keeping it amongst themselves.
Yeah.
If you really want to find the staffing, make the data public, bring it out, then we should coordinate our divisions into one central IT division, and we should then be able to work it through that corridor. But now, transportation has one, public works has an IT division, housing has IT folks. We're just going to create another division to look at the divisions. The second part that I have an issue with is looking and saying that Toronto Parking Authority should start looking at making their data public. And it was based on my questions where the Toronto Parking Authority actually is a corporation that earns a lot of money for the City of Toronto by managing parking around the city. And I don't know any other parking authority that would be in competition with us that wants to give us their data as to how busy their lots are, as to what they're collecting as over the turnover rates, and et cetera, in their lots. That's information which may be valuable and may actually show spaces where people could say, well, I should open a lot next door. We could have the parking authority looking to open a lot there now and hunting for land in that same area to do an expansion. So I would tread carefully in some of the areas that might not benefit us to the same extent as it may benefit others in making our data public. I think that, and I think that this should really go back to staff for some comments as to what we could do to make our data more open to people and get their recommendations before we make the decisions ourselves, because I don't know if all of us are that well versed in this area and can make those recommendations. So if I had a chance to go back to the beginning of my speech, I would move that this be referred to the Chief Information Officer to give us recommendations on making our open data public. And if you could allow that, that's what I would do, because I would like to send this there and get a professional's opinion as to what we should be doing. I don't think that I'm qualified to make a decision whether this is all right or wrong, because I'm not that well versed on what open data can be used for and how it might impact us in both a positive matter and a negative matter. And I really would like the impact from the people that we hire and give us recommendations to tell us what they think is right to do, and then we can make the decision from there as to what we want to do. But if I could move a referral to staff to come back and report to us, I would like to do that.
I don't think I'm allowed to.
Yes. So So we've had a motion to refer Councillor Ainsley's motion to staff for some discussion of, there's a number of questions that arise on each of the items.
For their recommendations on how we can make our, on ways that we can go forward to make the city's data and what data we should make open. And I can just leave it for their recommendations because Rob's heard what we're talking about here and I think knows what we're trying to get at. We're trying to do this in an organized, well-intentioned manner that won't in any way compromise the information that we have by rushing down a road and trying to do something that could be too difficult to do because of the scattered nature of all of our IT folks and because of the information that we might want to keep privileged for us at this point in time.
All right, thank you. We'll take a note of that and deal with that at the appropriate time. That motion to refer would become first up. I guess we have to see first if there are any more speakers with respect
No
to
problem.
the matter generally. Didn't you already speak?
Can we question the mover?
Oh, you're going to question the mover. Fair enough, yes. Okay.
Yeah. So Councillor Shiner, would you be happy if the CIO did a supplementary report to what we're reviewing today based on these motions to council?
No, because I think it's appropriate that items of this depth and importance have the report come to committee, which is where our structure is, so we can see what the recommendations may be, ask the questions, and then make the appropriate recommendations to council. As I said, I don't know enough about it, Councillor Ainsley, to be able to say voting for this would be good, and I don't know enough to say this is bad. I just know that I don't have enough information to make that decision upon, and I trust that our staff could give that to us in a timely fashion so we could bring it back here. And I think if all of your motions are good motions, you should have no problem letting staff comment on it because they would say so and make those recommendations back to us. I don't think there's anything to fear in letting staff have a go at it back to committee here.
Which is why I'm asking you why you wouldn't have a problem with a supplementary report that goes to council as this moves forward.
Because
you'll have that information in a timely manner, and this will continue to move forward, don't you think?
No. As I said to you, I think our structure here is to consider these things and make our recommendations to council. Getting a report of staff to council then has set of recommendations that were moved forward from this committee and a report from staff and very little opportunity really at council to consider them. That's what the committee process is about. To read them in advance, to come to committee, to ask staff your questions and not deal with it with a 200 or 300 item council agenda that people are trying to get out in 2 days on. And I think if they're great motions, you shouldn't have any concern about them coming back here as well. You're a member of the committee.
Now's the time to use those two
They're report requests.
openness and transparency and accountability.
I'm done asking about my clarification on.
Just take the opportunity. Did you have a question of the mover as well? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Giorgio.
Just so, David, your referral motion then is asking for a report, but the recommendations in the report indicate that a report is to come forward in October, accomplishing essentially what you're hoping to accomplish. So is your referral intent on bringing the report forward a little sooner than October?
Councillor, what we have, though, is 4 recommendations to council that aren't in our report, that are specific actions that were not recommended by city staff, that were recommended by one of my colleagues, and city staff have not been able to comment on those or to the committee members as to the implications of those. So I would like this to go back, and if you would like it back before the October report, you can move that amendment. I would like it to come back in time for the October report and consider this comprehensively.
All right, so you're okay with having it come back in October?
Absolutely.
All right. And no sooner. Thank you.
Any further questions of this mover?
So staff are going to, I think, add that to the motion, so it comes back with the October recommendations, Mayor Tory.
I think I'll ask him a question too, if you don't mind.
Okay, Councillor.
So I think what you're getting at is that data is actually valuable, and you're not clear on these motions. You want more feedback from the experts on these motions that have been put before us. And you're just saying, so data is a valuable commodity in a sense, and we want to figure out how we manage that?
Data can be a valuable commodity. if we release data from a corporation like the Parking Authority, we don't know if it could do harm, and I'd like their input on that before we say they have to have a plan to release it. If we're trying to release data from this corporation, our ITs are, Councillor?
Cal, you haven't stopped talking.
Our IT is not in one division. We are siloed between each of our divisions with IT staff. So
Right.
trying to get a coordinated release of data on divisions that are working separately might also be difficult. We could be creating an open data team to try and get the information from the other teams.
Right.
So I really would like some input on this from the people that we hire to give us their professional perspective on this before we make recommendations as a committee to council on something that I don't know enough about.
Okay. That's good. That's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Are there other questions of this mover? Otherwise, other speakers, because we were in speakers from the committee. Okay, I wanted to just say a few words, and I'm stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place here in terms of Councillor Ainsley's motion, because like Councillor Robinson, anytime I've been around long enough, anytime I read about an examination of staffing levels, it's almost never with a view to sort of saying there are too many people. And so I'm a bit unclear on that sort of thing, and I think I want to sort of I'll come back to Councillor Ainsley's motion because I'm inclined, which I know he won't be happy with, to support Councillor Shiner's motion to refer it, although I wish the time frame was shorter. And I'll say this first of all, though. I think any commendation that we receive about this, whether we rank number 2 or whatever, is beyond what we should be receiving. I do not think we've been leaders on this in the context of moving forward to do more. And I know just from having talked to him, Councillor Ainsley's motions here, including, say, on green P and e-water meters, if you look at them, Councillor Shiner, it says to report on the feasibility of creating open data sets. Well, that could be stuff that's not commercially sensitive. I'm sure he didn't intend that we should be putting out stuff that was going to put us at a commercial disadvantage, because we are operating a business there that does pay us substantial dividends. Same with a single portal. And an open data fund, I may have missed because I was out doing the Indigenous Games thing, a part of the meeting where that came up. But again, I'm sort of back where Councillor Robinson was a few minutes ago, which is to say, well, and Councillor Schreiner, we have significant budgets in all these departments, and surely they could find the resources to do whatever we need to do. I will say this, and what I really wanted to say was, I think all of this could potentially be helpful, but I think the real issue is a lack of will and sometimes a lack of courage around here on the part of, when I'm talking about public servants, and I say it with respect, but about putting data sets forward. I think people are slow rolling in a lot of cases, and I think that's our fault and the media's fault to some extent, because we've caused people to be afraid about the consequences of data becoming available. You see, it depends how you look at it. If you look at it as a potential threat, I'm sorry I didn't stop the clock, start the clock, but I've probably taken up at least 2 minutes, so I'll give myself 3 more, but unless any of you want to dispute that. I think if you look at it as a threat and sort of say, well, people are going to try to burrow into this information to try and find ways in which the government hasn't performed well and blame somebody, then I guess you'd be slow rolling, rolling out data sets, because we should be way ahead as the country's largest, most sophisticated government in the number of data sets that we have out there. That's why I say we don't deserve any great commendation to me for this. I know we keep getting named this or that, and I'm not saying this again with any offense to our public servants, but I just don't think we deserve to be. We should be, given the sophistication of our government and the size of our government and our commitment and the talent we have inside the government and outside, we should be way ahead of where we are. There should be no talk of us not being in first place way ahead of Edmonton or any other place. But if you look at it as a threat, then you're going to be inclined perhaps not to pay as much attention to it or proceed as quickly to resolve issues and get the data out. If you look at it as an opportunity, which I do, and the opportunity is not about accountability, that's a side benefit to this, is the more data you have out, the more people are able to look at things and there's greater accountability in government, which is a plus. The real opportunity for me is smart people, of whom we have quite literally, without exaggeration, hundreds of thousands in this city, right here, smart people. I meet them, as some of you do every week, all these people that are, doing, amazing things with startup companies and also with established businesses, who are going to put their minds to work on that data and find ways to help us govern better and to make better use of public resources and to improve customer service and to improve, the way we all do things. And so I just think that we are going to have to decide together, and I just want to say for myself, my interest in this is not to be on witch hunts. It's not even to sort of say, well, now that we've seen this data, let's point our finger and blame somebody. We spend far too much time around here trying to figure out who to blame, including, you know, some of this morning's proceedings on the housing thing. I mean, we are where we are. But I look at this as a huge opportunity for us to provide better government, which is what I know the Government Management Committee is doing. And I would just respectfully suggest, Councillor Ainsley, that this stuff would be better off, you know, looked at by our officials as part of them taking a deeper dive, as it were, on the master plan, as opposed to us sending forward these things to council when I'm really not sure what number 1 means about the staffing levels, number 1. I'm not really sure what number 3 means, and it can be subject to being interpreted the way Councillor Shiner did, which is we're going to give away the secrets of Green P and put ourselves at a competitive disadvantage. Which I know is not what you mean, but the wording is what it is. So I just think the referral might be a better way to handle it in the absence of you deciding on a different course of action than passing this now without being sure of what it is we're passing here. But I do think it's important we send the message loud and clear to our staff colleagues and to the other members of City Council and to the community at large. We are not afraid of this. We want people to come forward with confidence and put this data out. It belongs to the public, but it's a huge opportunity for better government and not a time when we will scapegoat anybody or use it as an opportunity to punish or blame anybody. It doesn't matter. Where we are on anything is where we are. Let's move forward on it. So that's the only comment I wanted to make, because I think we spend a lot of time patting ourselves on the back and frankly having our back patted by other people when I don't think we deserve it. So those are my comments. Now, are there any other speakers?
So that was a great speech. I just say that I don't think we should be risk averse, and I thank Councillor Ainsley for your work on this file, and I support it. So I don't think we should be risk averse, but I do think we need to do this right, and so I'm a little bit concerned, and this isn't a good analogy, but if you think about Google Maps, where that came from, the private sector versus government, because there was a void there. I'm just worried about this data, and certainly much of it belongs to the public, but also I just want to fully understand the private sector's role and then potentially using the data for their benefit. I see heads shaking, and I'm not articulating this very well, but I think we have to think about that. Corporations, companies benefiting from our data and using it and selling it back to us, which is exactly what would happen at City Hall. So I guess I see head shaking from our experts up and down. So that's why I actually, while I support this concept very much, I'm going to support Councillor Shiner's motion, because I do have some renewed worries about this and data sets, as the Mayor has talked about.
Any other speakers on this? All right, seeing none, then I guess we'll proceed to deal with the question on the matter, and we deal first with the referral motion. Correct. Is that all right? All those in favor of the motion to refer? Okay.
On Councillor Shiner's motion to refer Councillor Ainsley's motion, all those in favor: Councillor DeGiorgio, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner. All those opposed: Councillor Ainsley and Councillor McMahon. The motion to refer carries.
Okay, does that then render the rest of it? We still have to deal with the recommendation 1, direct the deputy manager to report back. So we've, okay. So on the main recommendation number 1, which is in front of you, all those in favor? Okay.
On the motion to adopt the recommendations from staff, all those in favor: Councillor Ainsley, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner. Motion carries.
So if I understand what we just did, that will now come back with comments on each of the items in Councillor Ainsley's motion, correct? Right.
You've been referred up to staff.
Okay. Okay. Where do we, let's see now. Back to Firgrove?
Firgrove, you were the last speaker.
Oh, fine. Let me just find my notes here. Let me just, yes, I have a motion, first of all, which we can just put up. I think it's been circulated. And it really just responds to the comments we heard from the school boards, which I think I heard Mr. Spurn even saying were not, reflective of the best job they could have done consulting the school boards, plural, so that we make absolutely certain we take account of the school needs of the resident families. And I added to that simply that we would have, as part of this, what do they call it, tenant relocation report or plan, an implementation plan, the identified needs of resident families, and I don't mean by name or address, I just mean the just sort of generic categories of things that might even include the woman that was before us this morning, and what we've done to try and accommodate people like that who are longtime residents. I really, I think a lot of what I want to say ended up being said this morning, and I will start by saying that I don't think this is the proudest chapter in the city's history in the context of the quality of buildings that were built going all the way back to 1971. What happened with the downloading that ended up sending those buildings to us without any money for a trust fund or any kind of a fund to help maintain them properly over the years, and so forth and so on. But I do believe that we've ended up where we are today because now we're actually trying to do the right thing. And I just wanted to remind members of the Executive Committee and indeed members of Council and the public that we went up there some time ago to begin the process with money in hand allocated from our city budget to repair those units at last. But we discovered upon actually getting there and starting to do the work preparatory to repairs that they really couldn't be repaired and shouldn't be repaired. They were never probably built properly to begin with, and certainly by now they were not in a situation where they could be properly repaired and be sort of totally safe and like new, which is I think the way you'd want to have it. So I think we tried to do the right thing, and I think now unfortunately we're still doing the right thing by actually demolishing these units and kind of starting over with them. And in an ideal world, Mr. Sewell's right. We'd all agree in an ideal world you'd have had the units built to replace them before you tore them down. But we also heard Mr. Spurn say there's some real question as to the safety and propriety of people living in those units now in their current condition. So let's just be honest about this. It's not possible for us to have these new units built to replace these, which I know we're all determined to do as part of our greater effort on affordable rental housing and public housing. So we have to proceed to do what we do have to do, which is to take these units and demolish them. I wanted to just segue into really just repeating, because I try to do it every single chance I get without exception, how strongly I feel, and I even encourage Mr. Sewell to get involved in this because he seems to have quite an interest in it, getting the other governments. I mean, I was fascinated to hear him say this morning, because he did. He didn't come right out and say it, but he said St. Lawrence would not have happened if the federal programs hadn't been there, which wouldn't have happened if the results of the 72 election hadn't been what they were, and so on and so forth. We all know that's so. And he went on to say they couldn't have bought the land, or they used federal money to buy the land that started St. Lawrence. And we're saying the same thing today. He says, oh, we're into what did he call it? Not a begging routine, but something like that. And today we're simply saying to the other governments, it is not possible for us to bring about the expansion and supply of affordable rental housing without your partnership. It isn't possible. And I believe that we have done what he said we should do already, which is to step forward and say with our Open Doors program and other initiatives we're taking, and by being the first to the task of repairing the housing, where we've put up $1 billion of city-derived funding, that we have shown that leadership. And we've been saying now, even before my time, you too must come along and partner with us, because we've done 1/3 of $1 billion, and we're asking you to do the other 2/3, which properly should be the case for those other two governments, given their source of income and so on. And so I just really want to reiterate the fact that I'm looking for solid indications of good intention on the part of the provincial government. I know they're still in discussions with the federal government about the allocations that are coming on both transit and housing right at this time, and the details of those things aren't sorted out yet, but I think that it is not unreasonable for us to expect that in the course of their budget, just a few days from now, they would give a solid indication of future partnership. The federal government has, and I think the provincial government should and must. And then I think we could get on with doing what was referred to this morning. I believe that we are making every possible effort we could make as a city government right now on our own through the property tax system to both increase supply and to repair public housing and increase supply of affordable housing. And we're including in some of the aftermath of the Eggleton Task Force, we're also looking, as you know, at redeveloping and adding some density to the sites that TCHC owns. But we need the partnership of these other governments, period, full stop. And I just wanted to reiterate that and put that on the record before saying that I will obviously support my own amendment here, but I'll also be supporting the recommendations that are meant to deal with those 194 units. We must move on now so that we can get on with doing the demolition, which is an unfortunate necessity, and then replacing those units. Thank you for your patience. So, is there only the one, sorry.
Mayor Tory?
I'm sorry, question of the mover or?
Oh, quick comment. Quick comment on the item.
Sure.
If you could, I understand what went on today was someone saying to us how terrible we are because we're unable to fix these houses and we have to remove these houses from available housing stock, but many of them aren't there now available and shouldn't be. I think when the issue comes to patting yourself on the back or whatever might be involved, Council's done a lot more under your leadership, Mayor Tory, than it's ever done before in trying to provide affordable housing. I know that Sean, through the Affordable Housing Office, is working on many projects. Are we missing quorum? I can stop.
We have lost, no, that doesn't count, unfortunately. But see Councillor Robinson right there. We've lost quorum, and so we're going to have to adjourn.
We're just going to have to
Stand down for the 15 minutes we have to get people back. And they're in the building. I mean, Councillor Ainsley was just here. Councillor Robinson, I think, is right out there. Let the record show. Councillor Prutz has also volunteered, but I've passed on that kind offer because I feel as Premier Wynne referred to, there could be unintended consequences of that, which I'm not sure I want to deal with.
Can I be an alternate? Like
There you go. Exactly.
roaming.
There's Councillor Robinson back, and we need one more. He has gone away.
Yeah, I would just vote. No speeches from me. You don't get any of that stuff.
No speeches from you. That would be a first.
Yeah.
I see Matt here from my office and Vic. Have we got calls out to other members in the building? Okay. On the loudspeaker? Yes, okay, you go ahead.
Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
So we have,
All right.
I think they're going to leave, so let's try to do it as fast
All right, let's try and complete what we have to do here, and I thank Councillor Ainslie for accommodating us to make sure we could maintain a quorum. So, where were we?
I was saying something, and we didn't have enough people to listen.
Okay.
So my comments were simply on some that were made earlier today about the city not doing a good job with affordable housing, and I appreciate your comments, Mayor, because you're absolutely right. The city can't do it alone, but we are doing a pretty good job. I know that our Affordable Housing Office is working very hard to bring more and more units all the time online. And Build Toronto last year supported 350 affordable housing units, both rental and ownership. So I have to say the comments that are coming in about how bad we are or might have been today is not true. I think that we are doing an excellent job based on the resources that we have available, and I think the pressure that we're putting on the other levels of government is starting to get heard thanks to your efforts, and hopefully we'll continue to see this turn around where we can do the job that we want to do, and unfortunately have to do doing a job today that we don't want to do in getting rid of these houses and these units that are here. So it's an appreciation for our staff, for the hard work that we've done, for your hard work and the work of council, because it's been collective to try and get affordable housing available in this city.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Other speakers on the Firgrove housing matter, which is item number 24.8? Otherwise, I think we are ready to call the question first on my motion, which is in front of you on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then on the main motion as amended by the recommendation we just passed, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. That would bring us next to 24.29, and we had one deputation on that, Mr. Glavich. You have 5 minutes, sir.
I won't take 5 minutes. He's not here, damn it. This motion, I know some of you are going to get upset at this, is slightly a bit of fear-mongering. Buy American, I fully support Donald Trump on this, is essentially buy local. A lot of our stuff that we purchase is made in China, killing local jobs. What New York is doing, the state governor or whatever, is like the Kathleen Wynne's version, this is correct. Some of you, when I look at your expense accounts, buy stuff not from Toronto. For example, Councillor Hall and her website is owned by a company in Burlington, Ontario, when she could hire somebody in Scarborough, anywhere in Toronto. This motion is the complete opposite than what should be happening here. We should be encouraging to buy local, just like when Councillor Ainslie, Councillor DeGiorgio, McMahon, when you do your summer barbecues, you're going to buy food locally. That's like the same thing as Buy American, and since the council are here, this is pure fear-mongering. That's all I'm going to say. I know you're all going to vote for this, which you shouldn't. There's nothing wrong with Buy American or Buy Canadian buying local. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glavich, very much. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, questions of staff on 24.29? None, all right. And then are there speakers? I think Councillor Palacio, you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of Councillor Pasternak that had to leave, he asked me to move this motion on his behalf. So I'll be more than glad to move this on his behalf.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just so I think members understand that, in fact, New York has indicated that they are likely not to proceed with this Buy America legislation, and this is really just putting us in a position where if that's confirmed, or if it ends up being defeated, that we write to the governor expressing our desire to remain strong partners, et cetera. So I think it's self-explanatory, but just in case anybody hasn't been following that. That's the motion that's been put forward by Councillor Palacio on behalf of Councillor Pasternak, who would have done it if he'd been here. Other speakers? Any questions of the mover or other speakers on the matter? Seeing none, I think it's time for the question then. We'll deal with this motion to amend the item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And that's the item. And does that just leave the two items of new business?
No, we've got the balance. We're going back to 24/7.
Oh, yes, we had, I'm sorry, okay, we had 24/7, 24.7 then, and this was held by Councillor Shiner. Are there any questions of staff to be asked by anybody outside the committee? Questions of staff by committee members? Seeing none of that, we could move to speeches by members visiting. Speeches by committee members.
Mayor Tory, I have a motion. I think I've discussed it with a number of you to let my colleagues know what it is. If staff can put it up on the board. It is to defer the item and to see if you in any way can convince our friends of the provincial government to possibly extend the terms of the payments for the YMCA on their part, as the Infrastructure Ontario loan is continuing to get paid. We gave two loans, a $5.5 million capital loan and a $2 million green loan for energy efficiency. 10 years, no payments, and now the payments are due. Unfortunately, the Y is not able to make these payments because they don't have great enough cash flow from the property. That really gives it 35 years until we start getting any payments, and 60 years in total until we're repaid. And my issue is not that we're helping out with affordable housing, but the $7.5 million that was loaned out and is not getting repaid doesn't allow us to do this for any other affordable housing, which was the intention, to circulate the money around and get a return on it. There may be an opportunity, as I said, to have Infrastructure Ontario help in this matter and extend the terms, and that at least would free this up. In regards to the second part of the loan, still, it is a green loan. That loan should never have not been paid, because the green loan was meant to be an environmentally efficient and more affordable building. So we loaned out $2 million for 10 years and then a 25-year repayment for efficiency matters, which they're saving money on because the building is more efficient. And yet they're not paying the loan towards the savings to the city. That money is going to pay their loan from Infrastructure Ontario. So it's a little disappointing that we've come to this position here. I don't want to take away from the work that's been done to get this forward, but I really think we have to see if there's any way that Infrastructure Ontario, through the provincial government, could do any help in extending the payment terms so we could get some revenue back out of our loans and not have to wait 60 years to get repaid on it and have the loss that we have. And that's why I moved the motion, to see if you can get some answers and bring it back to us in September.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Question of the mover from Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. Councillor Shiner, would you take it as a friendly amendment if we changed your motion to the YWCA? So it corresponds with the report?
I would love that and appreciate your help, because I'm looking at the person that helped draft me the motion that's wearing a shirt and tie today. And it's got the one behind, and I'll take fault for it because I didn't proofread it, but it was the help of staff in drafting.
Good call, Councillor Ainsley, and we'll
thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I appreciate that.
Accordingly.
Better than a referral.
Other questions of the mover or other speakers on this matter? All right, so we will then deal first with the amended friendly amended motion to defer, and I'll ask for the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And it's carried as amendment. Oh, let's see, that's already done. I see it there. Okay, perfect. 24.9. Again, status of Cash-In-Lieu Parkland. There are no deputations. Any questions of staff by members visiting? Questions of staff by committee members? Then we can move to speeches and motion. I believe you have.
I have a motion again, Mayor Tory. This is to ask for a report back by the end of the third quarter or sooner, if possible, with recommendations to amend the Cash-In-Lieu policy to direct Cash-In-Lieu of Parkland to the acquisition of new parkland, new recreation facilities, and new parks developments. I think some of you, if you look at our policy, 50% of the Cash-In-Lieu goes to parkland acquisition, and 50% goes to develop and upgrade parks and recreation facilities. And my issue is the fact that of the $450 million that we collected, half of that, or $225 million, didn't go to purchase parkland and should have. And it started back after amalgamation when we looked at ways to use the Cash-In-Lieu for funding major capital projects, which were considered $50,000 or more at the time. That hasn't changed in 20 years, and it should be. It should be a much higher limit. And the criteria for it now is often where it's not new facilities. It's actually gone to be used in many cases for maintenance of existing facilities and shouldn't be. We should accept the fact that maintenance should be paid through the regular operating budget of the city and capital funded in that manner, and not funded from Cash-In-Lieu because we didn't get the parks that we should get. And recently I had one of the playground enhancements in the ward which I represent come to me, a $150,000 playground enhancement. Internal fees, $15,000, contingencies fees, $15,000, consulting fees, $35,000, and then some site preparation, some surface work, some planting. Much of it should really be part of our maintenance budget. But the short story is, at the end of the day, the $150,000 playground enhancement budget had $30,000 for playground equipment. The $30,000 doesn't even meet the $50,000 capital target that we set originally for some type of enhancement. And then staff said, well, if you really want a better piece of play equipment, maybe you can throw something in. So now people are trying to touch the Section 37 money because this should be covered in the capital budget. You shouldn't have to go to Section 37 somewhere to fix up a park that needs that kind of repair. So I asked the question, so if we put in $50,000, they said you get $35,000 worth of equipment. Not $50,000 worth of equipment, $35,000 worth of equipment, if you add $50,000 from Section 37. The process itself in maintaining our parks that we need to keep them to the standards they should be, and this is the park with older equipment, isn't right. And the Cash-In-Lieu, which is the item in front of us, isn't right to have that used for maintenance. If we need $20 or $30 million a year for parks maintenance, let's suck it up and let's put it in the capital budget and let's fund it through taxes. It's less than a 1% increase. And let's let the money that comes in for Cash-In-Lieu go to buy new parks and, or if we so decide, new facilities in new parks that weren't there before, but not to be used for maintenance. I'm not changing the policy. This is a request for some advice to come back to us so we can look at that, and that's what I'm asking for your support on.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Are there any questions of the mover? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Shiner. So you understand that they're reviewing this policy right now, right? And is that okay for this to be incorporated into that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm always one to get everything together so we deal with it once. That's why mine is no later than the third quarter in case they don't have the report up before the summer recess.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Other questions of the mover? Other speakers? Councillor Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do concur with sentiments expressed by my colleague, Councillor Shiner, that I know that the need is there. I know that the wants are there as well. For example, in areas that are parkland deficient, and I can pretty much tell you, Mr. Mayor, that Ward 17, for many, many years, has been noted by city staff, and that's well known. That's one of the most parkland deficient in City of Toronto. And part of it is part of the downtown as well. So, and that's where I don't understand for the life of me, every time that we have this 5% below in terms of the cash-in-lieu or the 5% above, how the money is spent. It seems like very often it has become customary just to start digging into the development and into the reserve accounts and to take the money for something else than what the real purpose was, either for acquisition or development of those lands, period. That's the purpose of the whole thing. That's my understanding. That's the understanding all along from the public as well. And every time that I have a public meeting and we're talking about public benefits and how to get the funding, either in terms of whatever sections, if any, and then, of course, we have to get to it as well. The question that I have and the problem that I have with is even within the 5% and the cash-in-lieu that should stay in areas that are totally Parkland efficient, the money goes somewhere else. And there is a problem with that in terms of process. I think something needs to be done to bring that equation to fairness. For example, in the South District, under the 5% below of cash-in-lieu, there has been $25 million of value in terms of acquisition. In the West District, $4 million. In terms of, just two examples, 5% in terms of development, $27 million in the downtown, $7 million in the West District. Now, when we get to the real problem, where we have the deficiency of Parkland, where the full attention should be, we should pay to make sure that we get the money where it's needed. To the south, it has gone from that fund $42 million, and to the west, where we really need $8 million. So there is something that, and then I'm glad that the deputy city manager is here. I have spoken to her in the past as well, and I do understand that something is going to be done, and I think that in terms of fairness, it's time just to start working together and to bring these areas of need to light. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Other speakers on this matter? All right, seeing none, then we would move first to Councillor Shiner's amendment. There it is on the screen. And is it self-evident from just the discussion or whatever that it will happen in conjunction with the report that's being written on this policy anyway? Okay. Then I'll call the question on this. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On the item oh, that's referred. That's right. So, right. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. 14, 2414, property tax exemptions, 10 York. Councillor David Shiner holding that.
No questions of
Any
staff.
deputations, questions of staff? You have questions of staff?
Nope.
You have some comments to make then?
Yes.
All right. We'll move right to speakers then.
So, Mayor Tory, where I'm very supportive of affordable housing, I think we have to be a little bit more cautious sometimes as to where we put the affordable housing, because if you look within this proposal, it will tell you that the city funded $433,333 for each unit out of Section 37, which is from Build Toronto and the conglomerate, Build Toronto, which was a selling partner on this, and $35,000, almost $36,000 as city incentives. $469,000 a unit, $5.6 million. Mr. Brick is here, and we did 200 units, Tippett Road, for $2 million. So the question should often be not just the location, which is sometimes pushed by a political agenda to want to see them in the buildings, which I think is what happened in this case, but by where we can also get the best bang for the buck. I'm no opposition to the recommendations from staff here about what has transpired, but I did, and I know that our friends in the Affordable Housing Office, Sean, knows that I'm really concerned when you have almost $6 million going out for 12 units. That's extremely pricey to put those units out there. And I think we can do better in the future with it and have to make some judgment calls as we go forward and not do this in the same way, because so many other people could have had affordable housing units yet for this money. This is almost the same amount of money we're talking about at the YMCA that we're getting deferred on. Between the two of them, you're talking $12 million that could have gone towards affordable housing, and that could make a big dent in the need that people have within the city. Otherwise, I'll move the staff recommendations, and I've said my piece.
Any other speakers on item 24.14? All right, seeing none, we will call the question then. Councillor Shiner's moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, we just have the two new business items now, and I don't want to give short shrift to the one I brought forward that you kindly agreed to add to the agenda earlier this morning, but now a call for questions of staff by any members of the committee or visiting councillors. Then we can move to speakers. Councillor Nunziata.
This is on your motion? Okay. I'd like to, first of all, speak in support of your recommendation, and just to, a few years ago, when I was on Toronto Housing and on the Police Services Board, and I think Councillor Palacio will remember this when we were at Toronto Housing, that I did chair a task force on Toronto Housing and with the police services, and the task force, we had representatives from the provincial, from our MPP, school board, and we had Toronto Housing, policing, sat on this task force. And the report from the task force, and I know that members of council have a copy of it, and Mr. Mayor, you got a copy of it as well, is one of the recommendations, and it came clear from tenants. We had meetings with tenants throughout the city, and heard from tenants, was how tenants felt unsafe in their buildings, where there were buildings where it was high crime, and it was drug dealings and guns, and the police constantly spent hours and hours there policing these buildings, is that they felt unsafe. So one of the recommendations was, in fact, identical to the recommendations that you have here, in asking the province to amend legislation and to allow Toronto Housing the opportunity to evict these tenants and not give them an opportunity to be rehoused in other housing units when they're in our buildings and causing the crime that's making it very difficult for our tenants to live in a safe environment. So that recommendation was adopted by executive, adopted by the Police Services Board, and adopted by Toronto Housing to request the province to do this. So I'm pleased to see that we're going to ask the province again. And it's really important, because when you hear from our tenants that what's happening in their buildings, and we hear from housing that it's very difficult to evict these tenants, and they're constantly causing the crime and doing the drug dealing and the prostitution and the guns, and they continue to do that, and they're still living in Toronto Housing units. It's not fair to our tenants, and I'm pleased that this is before us, and I hope, because we did have the province at the table at the task force, that they will proceed with the recommendations that you're asking for today. So I do support the recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm also very happy that you are taking action on this, Mr. Mayor. As you know, I feel like Councillor Nunziata, there are grave concerns among the very hardworking and tenants who are just trying to get ahead, families who are just trying to make a better life, and dealing with guns and gangs in their areas, in their units, in their communities is very difficult for them. And one of the issues is the sharing of information, and that has been partially overcome, I believe, after last summer with a memorandum of understanding now between the police and Toronto Community Housing. This is another further step, not to be in a circle where people are then stepping back into housing, and to give our special constables a little bit more room. But I do think that strong action needs to be taken at this time. And I do believe one of the problems actually is the Landlord and Tenant Board itself. That, and of course, Toronto Community Housing, with that investigation after Mr. Gosling died because of his unwilling, as a vulnerable adult, pensioner, wouldn't fill in the right forms and fell behind, and then his rent was behind, and then he was evicted and subsequently died, that I think we need to differentiate between the rental evictions for lack of payment, for which there's now an ombudsman to help you put your life back together and get back on track with payments, and those who are being evicted on what would be called an N5, an N6, or an N7, and N7 being basically criminal activity. And to be clear, that we are expecting something different for the violence and the guns and the gangs. And also, I think, to ask Toronto Community Housing to be a little more aggressive when it comes to the Landlord and Tenant Board. They tend to accept that decision and not to take that and appeal that. I don't believe there's been many appeals. So this has now reached a fever pitch. I know in my community there were 2 people that were murdered. One, as you know, the bystander grandmother. People that live behind have all said that could have been any of us who died, and when there have been shoot-em-ups in the community, everyone feels that could have been me. So I very much appreciate your strong stance, your thoughtfulness, and your willing to pursue this. And please know, I know Councillor Nunziata and I don't always agree on this, and we're very strongly united on a path forward that we have to get our tenants, the tenants of that for which we are the shareholder, able to feel that they're living in a safe community, and that the threats that are continual on them, if they want to speak out about guns and gangs, that those are lessened, and that we mean business in getting guns and gangs out of our Toronto Community Housing.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Palacio to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I had the opportunity to serve for 4 years in the Toronto Community Housing as chair of the Tenants and Maintenance Committee, which was one of the key committees in terms of dealing with tenants across the city. And by then, I was able somehow to convince the board that the meetings, instead of being held within the headquarters, it should be held within the 4 quadrants of the city. So we mobilized all throughout to hear from the real tenants in terms of their concerns. And most of the meetings the halls were overflowing. And the level of concerns when it comes to stabbings, shootings, homicides, and so on, and drug dealing, and the real concerns that people had, it was totally unprecedented. I never heard of how people felt out there. And the only thing that they wanted is for real action. What they wanted is to have on-site security, not the mobility security that they have. That's a subject for another day, but in terms of your recommendations, Mr. Mayor, I think that people, real people, families, we have great tenants within the Toronto Community Housing all throughout, but there are a few, the bad apples, that they couldn't care less. There are people that simply, they are engaged for, irrespective of what, in illegal activities, drug dealings, and whatever else. And that's creating a culture of fear within those developments. That's creating, actually, for the minors, for young children that we have in those developments, those bad apples are becoming the role model. And that's totally, totally unacceptable what's happening there. So I think what we need is a touch of tough love and to move forward. And in terms of evictions, and I think one of the problems with Toronto Community Housing at this point is the lack of willingness to evict those tenants and the lack of leniency that we have there is when he goes to the tribunal. For whatever reason, it seems that they are paying more attention to what people are saying, that are you going to put me out in the street? Am I going to become homeless once again? That kind of stuff. And I think that there has to be a fine line when it comes to, if you're breaking the law, that you are out in the street. And I'm in full support, Mr. Mayor, of your recommendations. It's about time to bring that dose of tough love. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm going to be fully supportive of these motions. I think their time is long overdue. I was just at a tenants meeting a couple of weeks ago in a TCHC building where tenants and the property management company were actually yelling at each other. There was a screaming match back and forth across the room. And it was over the continuous problem that's outlined here that happens again and again. You know, one of the benefits, I'll say, or issues around being the largest landlord in the country is that TCHC and their management companies seem to, if they don't evict tenants, they move them around. And one of the issues that came out of the meeting that I was at, that I was witnessing, was people knew that tenants had been evicted or moved from one building into theirs, and they knew from talking with staff that they had problems with these very tenants in other buildings, and they didn't evict them. They simply moved them to another building. And the same issue around the Municipal Freedom in Information and Privacy Act with the special constables. Special constables need more authority, and they need greater access to the very information that they don't get now. I had the same conversation with community police liaison officers, other officers with Toronto Police that talk. They know that there's tenants in buildings that are problem tenants, that they've simply been moved from one building to another, and this has to stop. And I think we need these amendments and move this forward. So thank you, Mayor Tory.
Any other speakers? Well, may I just say a couple of words about this? I think what's been great for me is to hear that we had downtown, west, and east speaking about this, and people from that often will have different views at the council, and I'm very gratified about that, because what's at the root of this are two things. One is a process thing, and the other is a human thing. The process thing is that as we tried to take action in the wake of the Eggleton report, where there's no point in going out and asking people to write these reports, and in that case we had one of the most extensive consultations ever done with tenants and others involved with Toronto community housing. And what did they tell us was their single biggest issue, bigger than elevators and repairs, believe it or not, bigger than a bunch of other things. Their single biggest issue was their feeling of insecurity and lack of safety in their homes. That was the single biggest issue. And so when we tried to push this forward in both informal discussions and even discussions around here, we were met with this justifiable, I suppose, answer that said, well, there never has been any council direction given to say that we want to ask the province formally, perhaps none since Councillor Annunziata's report, to say this is something the council endorses as legislative change that is going to be necessary to in part address this, to give us at least some of the tools we need in order to address this. So that's the process point. People will now have, I hope, if it comes through here and then goes to the council-endorsed request for this change to legislation, these changes to legislation that have to take place. But let me just speak to the human side of this for a minute. I mean, I'm frustrated, I'm angered, I'm depressed at going to these buildings, and I go to many, notwithstanding Mr. Sewell's comments, I go to many TCHC buildings, and consistent with the input that they gave us, in the Eggleton Task Force report, what is the first thing they raise with me? I would tell you 95% of the time it is not the state of repair, which they will sometimes raise, sometimes it's not necessary. It is about their feelings of safety and security. And you stand there talking to a senior citizen who quite literally will say, I don't come out of my apartment. I don't come out of my apartment. We know how good that is for people who are getting older to be out and to be active and to go shopping and to see their friends. They don't even come out the door of their apartment because they will stand in front of their apartment if they happen to be there with me and say, because that guy over there, pointing right at the door, is doing drug dealing out of his apartment. And when I'll sort of say, well, I mean, the first time I ever heard of this, I said, well, why doesn't somebody call the cops right now? And they said, oh, well, you must be kidding. And of course, I've now learned how difficult it is for the police and the thresholds they have to cross over, but also impossible for TCHC. People will tell me stories, and you've heard them all of you, because you've indicated that, where somebody's using, frankly, his own elderly mother and going into her apartment when he doesn't live there and dealing drugs out of that apartment and so forth and so on. There's every story in the book that relates, of course, to the whole trespass thing as well, where people are in these apartments dealing drugs or bringing in guns, and they claim to be somebody's guest. And that restricts the ability of our staff and our TCHC staff or anybody else to deal with them. And I think one of the points that was made, there were a number of things that were commendable in the remarks that have been made so far by Councillor Fletcher. It's a very, very important point to emphasize here. This is not dealing with people who are unable to pay and have difficulties paying their rent. This is dealing, and perhaps the toughest part of it that's here, which will raise some people's, concerns, which says that we would be at least given the discretion not to rehouse people who have previously misconducted themselves as tenants. In other words, they've been our tenants, they have abused that privilege or that status that they have as people who are receiving some assistance with their housing and have caused trouble dealing drugs or bringing in guns or otherwise committing acts of violence inside our buildings. And to me, this is just elementary that you say to people, look, we'll make it very clear to you. We're not saying to people, if you're hard up for money, we're not going to find some way to help you and get you back on track with that. We're also not saying to people that, everybody deserves a second chance in the context of even criminal activity, where we generally will say, well, people can make a mistake. We're saying, though, that if you are found to have been evicted, and we go through that entire process and throw you out of one building, and frankly, I use the expression throw you out or have you removed, that we are going to at least maintain and be given the legal right to maintain the discretion not to have you go back into another building, because how many chances at that do you get, especially when we have thousands of people waiting on lists and when we have thousands of people literally who are scared, to come to their own building at night or to come out of their apartments during the day because of the activities of these people. And so to me, what I'm really hopeful for is that we can get a strong council and endorsement of this, and I commend Councillor Nunziata for working at this before. Sometimes you just have to keep at this, and then we can go to the government with a strong hand from the council and say, we need these changes. We're happy to discuss how you go about exactly doing this, what the wording is and so on, but we need these changes as a minimum to try and bring a degree of sanity and stability and peacefulness that people have the right to deserve in their homes no matter where they live. And in this case, these are things that are needed to accomplish that on behalf of our tenants and on behalf of the entire community who own this housing and who have us operated on their behalf. So I thank you for the support that I've heard this morning, and if there are any other speakers, we'll hear them. Otherwise, we can proceed to the question on this. We'll have a recorded vote, as been requested.
On the recommendations in the letter from Mayor Tory, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner. Recommendations carry unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think that'll help us a lot, and we'll get it up to City Council and deal with it there. Now, we have one last matter, which is this matter. Did we actually get it onto the agenda? So it's on the agenda. This is just the piece of new business that approves the holding of a joint meeting between the two committees, standing committees, to consider the patio, Sidewalk Café matter. I don't know if there's any questions of staff or if there's any people wishing to speak on this. So, hearing none, I'll call the question on then. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. I think that completes our business for the day, and I thank you very much, and I thank you, Councillor Ainsley, for... Pardon me? Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, for altering your plans. Councillor Ainsley, thank you for altering your plans to make sure we could continue. Thank you. We're adjourned.